From training for combat in the jungle,
flooding in the engine room,
to learning how to escape a sinking submarine,
okay,
and learning to pilot some of the world's most powerful planes. On this season of Boot Camp,
come on, Brennan, pull!
We traveled the U.S. to find out what it takes for armed forces members to survive some of the military's toughest training courses, and what it takes to fuel those going through them. Our journey begins at the U.S. Navy's Submarine School. These Navy sailors are training for a worst-case scenario: how to escape from a submarine and safely ascend to the ocean's surface.
Are you okay?
It's one of the techniques they learn at the Navy's Submarine School that could one day make the difference between life and death.
There is no turning back. Once you make that dive and you're on your mission, you can't just bail out. So you got to be committed.
Training happens here at the Navy's Basic Enlisted Submarine School, or BESS, located about halfway between Boston and New York. Every year, more than 5,000 students attend the school. 8 weeks of training that prepare them for life on a submarine. And the danger that comes with it.
They will see real flooding situations. They will actually see a real fire and go through a real submarine escape.
Okay.
So that way, the first time that they ever might have to deal with it isn't in an actual casualty.
Just lost my grip.
Okay, good, hold on. Hey, relax, breathe normally, don't turn to your ears, all right?
It's hard to believe a year ago I was sitting in an apartment doing jack squat, wasting time, and now I'm doing about as cool a thing as you could possibly do.
With life-threatening hazards like flooding always a concern, why would someone want to work on a submarine in the first place?
I watched a lot of submarine movies growing up, and I've always thought they were really cool.
I thought that it was cool that they went down under for so long and nobody really knows where they go.
I was interested in the submarine force because going underwater is unnatural, and that's cool.
I knew it was something I wanted to do. It's something challenging, something a lot of people don't get the opportunity to do.
Submariners make more money.
It's true. Enlisted sailors who qualify for submarine duty make $85 more per month, increasing with years in service.
From the red line to the other red line.
The Navy says recruiting new submariners today is challenging, and it offers a signing bonus of up to $40,000 for volunteers. But not all sailors qualify to work on a sub.
They have to have a high enough ASVAB score. ASVAB being just kind of a blanket entry-level aptitude test for all military service.
Along with the ASVAB test, volunteers for submarine duty go through a mental health screening and, according to the Navy, can be disqualified if they are diagnosed with depression or anxiety disorders, medical issues that don't necessarily disqualify applicants from other roles in the U.S. military.
Some of the mental stressors that sailors will be dealing with when they're out on deployment: feeling overwhelmed with the amount of responsibility and the amount of tasks that you're assigned, not being able to communicate with friends and family and loved ones back home.
Shooting 2-4 in 3, 2, 1.
Students primarily train to work on next-generation Virginia-class submarines. This is what it's like inside one. About 377 feet long, the sub is powered by a nuclear reactor and loaded with explosive torpedoes. Sailors have to live and work in very tight spaces.
The students are demanded a high performance bar, and so they have the stress of performing very well to be able to get out to their submarine and be ready to execute their responsibilities. Our community, being as small as we are, approximately 130 to 140 people per submarine, relies on every single individual to perform their duties from the minute they walk on board.
Mishap. Any unplanned or unexpected event calls.
After weeks of classroom instruction, students confront the lethal risks on a submarine head-on in simulators, beginning with one specific nightmare scenario.
Flooding in the engine room, damage control reported!
Fighting a flood on board. Students train inside what's known as the Damage Control Wet Trainer, which simulates flooding in the engine room due to ruptured pipes.
You want people to be able to respond quickly and accurately be able to report where the flooding casualty is and get people there as quickly and as organized as possible. Our trainer employs flows of up to 1,200 gallons per minute. We keep 4 instructors on staff at any time we're running the trainer. So there's going to be one inside the trainer keeping an eye on safety. We then have a designated person behind a window that is also watching just for safety.
There was water constantly blowing in my eyes. Like, it felt like a really extreme water park almost. It was one of the most exciting experiences I've ever gotten to do.
And then push that gripper block up to the cutter head.
But before they enter the wet trainer, students learn how to use the tools that can repair the rupture and stop the flood.
All right, now how many personnel per leak? 2. Some of the tools that we expect our students to use, one of them is called a strong back. It's essentially just a curved piece of metal with a piece of rubber on it. That rubber is going to be what actually creates the seal around the rupture and prevents the water from getting through.
Making sure that I could patch it up with just a normal metal patch. I can't even remember the name of it.
Strong back?
Strong back, yeah. Making sure that I can use the strong backs and chain wrench to get over the holes.
When you wrap the chain around the pipe, you want it to go into this channel right here. If you do not put the chain into that channel, you will not be able to hook the teeth onto the chain. Another one is called marlin. Marlin is just a hemp fiber. It's infused with tar. As it gets wet, it becomes sticky, and then that helps you clog up the rupture as you wrap it around the pipe. We all have our gloves on. We're gonna keep them on while we're in there.
The session lasts about 30 minutes. Instructors watch the students through a window that employs windshield wipers. And due to the noise level, they get the students' attention by waving flashlights and holding signs with text instructions.
A couple things instructors are looking for during the training session. First of all, making sure they're following all the safety tips that we gave them, making sure that they're keeping their positive control of all their tools, they're using proper egress when they're climbing up and down into the bilges so that they don't accidentally injure themselves. We're also making sure they use the tools correctly.
Time out, train time out. All students line up under the window.
We did have one training timeout. That training timeout was called because a student had removed their glove while inside the trainer.
Stand by to resume training. Students, resume training!
There is no other way to do it other than the way we taught them. There are instructions that tell you exactly how to use the tools, so we were watching closely on the camera feed to make sure that they're doing it correctly.
Take lights. Take lights on.
Some of the issues we recreate in our damage control wet trainer are simulation of loss of lighting. They are then going to use battle lanterns to help them see.
Straight down.
Damage control wet trainer was astonishingly interesting and fun. My heart's racing. It feels incredible. Sitting there with hundreds of gallons of water spraying at you, it's hard to breathe, so then you have to force yourself to do it. It's not easy, but they prepared us for it, and once we got in there, we knew what to do and got the job done.
This actually happened in both teams. You both said no damaged equipment.
Yeah, because we thought you were talking about like the bag itself and not the wall.
Ultimately, the students did do a very good job in combating the casualty. We did see a couple things here and there that were a threat to safety, if you will, but we were able to remediate the students, get them fixed, and then they were able to combat efficiently.
And New London, Connecticut Submarine School is jammed with new students, and there are long waiting lists of enlisted men who want submarine duty.
Founded in 1916, the school trains sailors to man the 71 U.S. Navy submarines actively serving around the world.
Submarines fill a very important role of being the first in the fight for anything the Navy wants. We are forward deployed all throughout the world, all times a day.
Scotty, how's your older ship stable? Recommend go to the bridge.
We specialize in anti-submarine warfare, surface warfare combat, and during peacetime we conduct reconnaissance and surveillance operations. Submariners make up the smallest portion of our military, and we have a proud, rich heritage dating back to World War II.
Battle station missile for days of launch.
Anywhere we need to be, we're going to be there. And the stuff that we provide is invaluable. I mean, most things we really can't talk about.
While submarines are powered by nuclear reactors, they can also carry nuclear weapons and explosive torpedoes.
All 118 sailors aboard the Kursk died immediately after the accident.
In 2000, the entire crew of the Russian submarine Kursk perished after one of its torpedoes exploded, causing it to flood and sink. Which is why learning to control fires is paramount to survival on a submarine.
So fires on board a submarine, I would say, are fairly common. Most of the time it is something small. The purpose of this training that students went through today is to ensure that it does not grow beyond that. It is about immediate fire response. That way we can teach the submariners that are going to the fleet to fight and run towards a fire instead of running away. When you hear the general alarm, everybody immediately reacts as if their life depends on it, because at any moment, it absolutely can.
There are 3 risks that are associated with CO2. We have shock, we have suffocation, and we have freezing hazards.
Instruction starts in the classroom, where students learn about their gear and the different types of fires they will have to face.
You hold it by the hose. The reason why is because you do not want to cover the aerator nozzle. I, like my 4-year-old, love bubbles. But you can't have bubbles if you cover where that air is going to be part of.
Students' general reaction is that it may seem very basic, kind of dry and boring, but then that completely flips as soon as they come down into the trainer. And they're immediately expected to implement all of that knowledge. And I don't think a lot of them truly understand the gravity of that until they're seeing a fire that is, the length of the entire wall. So the firefighting simulator is essentially a big giant propane oven. So the fires get very, very large, very, very quickly.
Some of the different fires that students experience inside the fire trainer are a Class Alpha fire in the outboard of the ship, where students have to use a fire hose to basically fight the entire wall that is on fire in front of them. After that, they fight a liquid fire in the bilge, simulating an oil fire, and having to create a blanket of foam on top to suffocate that fire. And lastly, students also face an electrical fire, having to secure power so that electricity doesn't create the fire, make it worse, and then use a CO2 extinguisher to extinguish that fire.
Look at me. Do not walk in this trainer. Do you understand? Move for the purpose.
The most important part of finding a fire and fighting it initially isn't actually getting agent onto the fire. It is to spread the word and letting everyone else know that there is a fire so that everyone can work together as a team to do the proper response to fight that fire.
It was incredible, actually. I've never been that close to a fire. I mean, I cook, but that's not a real fire, you know? You control that one, but this one was scary. It was scary because you just have this big wall of fire at you, and it's hot and everything, you feel it on your skin. But then actually putting it out with the extinguishers, it felt good, because then after, when the fire was out, you're like, I did that. That was me. It was a good feeling.
They asked very effective questions, and then they were able to put out these fires, I would say, better than most classes that I see come through here.
Are you okay? I'm okay. Normal.
In the event of a catastrophe, after all damage control solutions have failed, the only remaining option is escape.
Okay. Worst case scenario is their sub is disabled on the bottom of the ocean, and we need them to make that escape because they are now out of food, water, all rations, and they're quickly running out of air, breathable air on their submarine. So we give them the skills and the knowledge and the mindset and the confidence that when the time comes, they can help their shipmates make that escape, get to the surface, and assets will be ready to take care of them and get them home safely to their families.
Students train in the PSET, which stands for Pressurized Submarine Escape Trainer, where they learn how to escape the submarine and ascend to the surface. The tank is 37 feet deep, 20 feet wide, and holds 84,000 gallons of water. Students enter 2 pressurized chambers attached to the tank, first at 15 feet, then at 37 feet. The chambers fill with water, and the students enter the tank through an open hatch before ascending to the surface. Before they enter the PSET, students must first pass a test inside a hyperbaric chamber that simulates the pressure felt at a depth of 60 feet.
Not everyone's bodies are suited to go under pressure, unfortunately. So we do that in a controlled environment in our hyperbaric facility here.
They have to perform what's called a Valsalva maneuver, which is essentially clearing their ears to make sure that their inner ear and outer ear are maintaining that same pressure, and that protects your ears.
This session abruptly stopped when one trainee experienced too much pressure in their ear.
How do you feel? Good. Pain or pressure? Just pressure.
You could feel the pressure. You could feel your ears popping every 2 seconds. You were told to constantly help your ears pop to release that pressure from your head. And you can feel your body starting to sweat when you were going into deeper pressure. It was a lot on the body.
I'm okay.
After coming out of the chamber, it was such a relieving feeling knowing that in a real life scenario, you would be able to handle the pressure that you're put upon. So it was an exciting feeling. Also knowing you would be able to go on with the course and do the actual trainers. I was very happy to be able to have passed that.
All right, so right now the water's gonna be coming up through the deck grate, starting to fill up. Don't worry about clearing.
The students are now ready for the first stage of the PSET, entering the chamber 15 feet below the surface.
Keep shifting, keep shifting.
Once the water is neck high, an instructor opens a hatch that leads into the tank. The students are pushed into the tank by another instructor before ascending to the surface.
The 15-foot is essentially a test to make sure that they can hold an exhalation rate of 6 to 8 seconds, and that we know that they can follow specific detailed information and that they can safely make an exhalation from 15 foot to the surface.
You're okay. I'm okay. They give you so many things to remember not to stop breathing, make sure you're breathing in and out, make sure your nose is plugged and your ears are popping throughout. They tell you to hold on to so many things, and it was definitely a lot going through your head, especially never having an experience in submerging in water. The biggest thing I thought about was how different this would be in a real life situation. You had to remember to take it seriously, because the reason for this trainer is to be ready if this were to happen in real life on a submarine.
Students then go deeper to the chamber 37 feet below the surface. They don an escape suit, which provides air to breathe during the escape.
The 37-foot trainer, that's the final boss, as they say, or the real deal.
Any question? Nope. Let's do it.
Being released from the pressurized compartment, it's definitely a lot on your body. You can feel the pressure in your head and the air. It's such a relieving feeling, floating back up.
Okay.
There's so much they tell you to remember. You have to remember to keep your neck still, or else you won't be able to allow the air from the suit to go into your lungs. You have to remember not to turn your head or let go of the nozzle that you're attached to, or else you might float different ways than you're supposed to.
Get your power stance. All right, so you're like that, plugged in, you hold on to the T-handle, the water's filled up, you're clearing your ears, you're going to see a bunch of bubbles right in front of you, okay? You might even get jostled around a little bit. Okay.
Everything is so meticulously planned that if you don't follow a certain rule, you end up in a dangerous situation.
They will actually plug into an air system setup simulator like there would be on a submarine. We're actually going to flood up that space called the LET, the Logistical Escape Trunk. They will now see that the suit does its job by maintaining a breathing source, It also will cause their buoyancy to start to take place. And then we're going to show them what it's like to actually make an escape.
Whenever the room filled up with water, I was making sure that my ears weren't going under pressure, which that was a big part of it. I almost didn't even notice the water rising with me. Once I had realized that it was all the way up to my chest, I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Rate your name. FT Bank.
How do you feel? Did you breathe normally all the way to the surface?
I absolutely feel confident in that I could survive a submarine failure, because even though I feel like it would be really hard to do in the moment, you know, just getting everything together, making sure that I could get out, I feel like I would calm myself down, get through it, and just make sure that I'm doing all the correct techniques that they taught us, and making sure that I stay calm and make sure that I can do it.
How was it? It was fun. Good. I like this one more than the 15-foot? The 15-foot. Really? 100%.
One surprising rule the students have to follow during the escape training is to never hold their breath.
If you hold your breath, your lungs are going to expand, expand, expand. That air has to go somewhere. Eventually, the walls of your lungs are going to fail you, and it's going to come out the wall cavity and cause issues on the internal side of your body. It's going to start shifting things, and air is going to go where it doesn't belong. With that being said, as long as you make that exhale, which is what we teach the submariners here, you're now allowing that air to escape out the way it should. It's tough to know how you're going to react in that moment, but we need them to know that help is up above, not down below.
What'd you do wrong? Didn't see out.
Students learn survival techniques to employ once they've reached the surface. They use a suit known as the Submarine Escape Immersion Equipment, or SEIE, which comes with a life raft that keeps them afloat and protects them from the elements.
The raft is basically in a tent to encapsulate you, to block you from the wind, the sun, and temperatures. Along with that is also a very, very bright color, a fluorescent orange, so you can be seen from aerial views as planes, vessels, commercial vessels can see you hopefully coming in the distance if they're scouting for you.
Instructors manually simulate the motion of rough seas to give students an idea of the conditions they may face on the surface.
Once you make the escape from your submarine, you could be alone when you get to the surface. So with your suit and the knowledge and the skills we give you to survive on the ocean, waiting for assets to come and rescue you, along with your shipmates that will make that escape with you, we give them the necessary skills to survive, protect themselves from the weather, from the elements of the atmosphere.
Good job on surface survival, everyone. Give yourself a round of applause.
Seaman Recruit Bonner, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, ITSA School.
Friends and family gather to see the newest class of U.S. Navy submariners officially become part of the Silent Service.
I proudly serve my country's Navy combat team with honor, courage, and commitment.
One of my favorite parts of this job is seeing the transition that our sailors make as brand new sailors fresh out of boot camp that don't really know what being a submariner means, and watching them as they progress over the 8 weeks that they're here and leave here as ready to qualify in submarines. They are now submariners.
Booyah, USS Trout! Booyah, USS Trout! Booyah, submarine! Booyah, submarines! Booyah, Navy! Booyah, Navy! Booyah, America! Booyah, America!
This is the A-10 Thunderbolt II, more commonly known as the Warthog. The Air Force uses the A-10 for close air support, missions that require the plane to fly low to provide cover and assist ground troops in battle.
So our whole mission in life and our whole job in life is to take care of the men and women on the ground. It's the only thing we think about, it's the only thing we train to, it's the only thing we talk about, and it's exactly what this airplane is built to do.
But these pilots may be among the last to be trained to fly it. For years, the Air Force has considered retiring the A-10 in favor of the newer F-35 fighter jet. And And that might finally be happening with Congress approving the Air Force's plan to phase out the A-10 over the next 5 to 6 years. But the public debate over the need for the A-10 continues. And while some A-10s are as much as 50 years old, F-35s cost about $60 million more per aircraft and weren't built solely to support ground troops.
There may be a day that I am called to potentially help save someone's life when they're having the worst day of their life. That comes back to my training and making sure that I know what I'm doing in the jet.
So how vital is the A-10? And could the Air Force soon be without one of its most iconic warplanes?
So the only base that A-10 pilots train at is at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base.
Before they fly the A-10, pilots train in the T-38 Talon during their initial flight training in Texas.
They fly completely different based on their flight performance and characteristics.
The T-38 is kind of like a sports car. It's quick, it's agile, it's fast. But the A-10 drives more like a Cadillac.
After graduating from flight training, new pilots moved to their assigned posts.
Really liked the mission of the A-10 and thought it was super cool. I like the idea that it doesn't matter what I'm doing, that I'm strictly there for people on the ground.
If you look at it, not the most attractive looking plane, if you will. It's pretty ugly. It doesn't have the swept back wings. It's got, big Hershey bar wings on it for like added stability. So it's just a mean looking airplane, and that's ultimately like what a Warthog is.
What sound does the A-10 make when it fires?
Like bird, bird, bird. And that's actually just the noise of the bullets exiting the barrel.
This is the Galway Avenger. It's a 30mm Gatling gun. It's built by General Electric, and this is the largest Gatling gun ever built and put into an airplane. So it's got it's 7 barrels. It shoots at a maximum rate about 3,900 rounds a minute. There's almost no target that the Galway is not a valid weapon to use against. As we go around, the titanium bathtub is one of the features designed specifically to protect the pilot in the airplane. So this whole panel right here, where you see these giant Phillips head looking fasteners, that whole panel is titanium. So you can hear all these are hollow aluminum, and that's rock solid titanium right there. This was one of the first fighter types that incorporated that into the design of the airplane, and it's the only one I know about that has a full bathtub encompassing the pilot. Behind this panel right here, this is our single point refueling system right here. So pull that cap off and fill the airplane up with fuel. We have 4 fuel tanks for a total of about 11,000 pounds of gas. If I'm topped off, I can fly for about 3 hours. And then once you add in aerial refueling, we can fly pretty much indefinitely. And then as you're looking towards the back of the airplane, you can see we have a lot of hard points, a lot of weapon stations on the airplane. There's 11 in total. In between those, we can carry up to 16,000 pounds of ordnance on those 11 weapon stations. This is a Mark 82 bomb body, so a 500-pound bomb body, just a blast and fragmentation type weapon that you drop it, it's unguided on impact, and it detonates. This is a GBU-31. It's a 2,000-pound bomb with a GPS guidance kit on the back of it. So it's a coordinate-seeking weapon, meaning I can input a GPS coordinate, and that's exactly where that weapon's going to go.
But how does the A-10 stack up to the F-35 meant to replace it? Supporters of the F-35 say it has a huge stealth advantage, but detractors say it doesn't have the durability the A-10 does thanks to features like the titanium bathtub. Another concern is how F-35 pilots are trained. Insider reported that according to a 2022 training memo, no F-35 pilots are required to execute close air support training simulations in 2023 or 2024. For A-10 pilots, close air support is at the center of their training, which starts here in a virtual reality simulator lab.
So they're going to start off in the VR lab, and that's going to give them the sight pictures and the references on the ground and the references in the aircraft for the first time.
Put that up. Hear the ECU kicking on.
So simulators are extremely important. They're able to practice everything in a safe environment with, professional instructors before they get out and actually fly them on their own.
students familiarize themselves with the A-10's control panels and starting procedures before moving on to the flight simulator.
We're going to open our air-to-air refueling door at this point.
He was doing aerial refueling. It's a mission that the students actually perform in the aircraft pretty early in their training pipeline. Historically, without this lesson, it's usually taken about 10 to 15 minutes of talking to the students through getting the successful hookup in flight. Whereas now that we're able to have them practice with this lesson, they go out on that first flight having already done it before.
We want to take a look at our airspeed as we're in formation with the tanker.
Now the feedback we're getting from instructors is that they're just going right up to the boom and they're getting their hookup on their first try.
For the VR sim, you're getting the muscle memory. So the first time we practice it in the jet, we know physically what we're doing with our hands, and we know where our eyes should be, where we should gauge, and then our IPs are helping us fine-tune those things.
After spending a month in the simulator and learning the basic operations of the aircraft, pilots begin flying training missions in the A-10. Captain Lindsay Mad Johnson has 5 years of experience flying the A-10. Today, she's training for a new role to be a pilot on an A-10 demo team, where she will highlight the capabilities of the Warthog.
I am about 2 hours shy of 1,200 hours in the A-10 itself. They call it like a crawl, walk, run process. So I did it in the sim multiple times. Then we go out to the airspace for my first time with a floor, not actual floor, but a simulated floor of 5,000 feet AGL. And then I go here, 2,000 feet AGL, 1,000 feet AGL, and then 500 feet AGL until I got through my first certification.
After Johnson completed a few rolls and dives, she moved on to simulating a strafe, which is an attack on enemy ground forces, a technique used in close air support operations.
So when we do close air support, we are egressing, as they say it, from in front of the target area. I'm going out about 2.5 miles away at about 500 feet, and then I'm turning back around this way. And as I'm about just outside of a mile, I'll pop to about 30 degrees nose high, which allows me to get high enough to be able to see there is what would be designated as the friendlies and what would be designated as the enemy on the ground. And then as I visually acquire that out over my canopy rail, I'm then rolling in using both ailerons. My throttles are already in max. I'm rolling in, and then I'm putting basically my nose position down on what we consider to be like a 20-degree wire. So rather than flying straight and level, I'm 20 degrees nose low towards the ground. I learned about the A-10 growing up. I knew I wanted to do something kind of to pay homage to my dad's time in service. I was young when September 11th happened. I was 9, and he deployed 2 months after September 11th happened. That kind of stuck with me, and I knew I wanted to do something that was going to give back to my country as well.
The A-10 debuted in combat in 1977, making it just shy of 50 years old, which is one reason many want it to be retired. For years, the Warthog has been the subject of debate between the U.S. Air Force and Congress. Some members of Air Force leadership have suggested retiring the A-10 to focus on developing more modern aircraft, like the $80 million F-35.
Then why would you want to retire the least expensive, most accurate close air support system?
I don't want to retire it, Senator, but the Air Force has to get bigger to do all this.
But Congress has fought those requests due to the success of the A-10 in recent conflicts with ISIS and the Taliban, and the plane's overall cost efficiency.
It's tried and true. It's very rudimentary with the systems that it has, but why fix something that's not broke? It's been in every conflict that the United States has been in since Bosnia, Grenada, pretty much every contingent that the United States has been a part of. The A-10 has been pretty much the leader of all that.
Last year, Congress approved an Air Force proposal to retire 21 A-10s, reducing the total fleet to 260, with plans to decommission the remaining planes in the next 5 to 6 years.
People don't realize how much maintenance actually goes into keeping these aircraft airworthy. It's not like a car, When we wake up in the morning, we jump in the car, start it, and drive, right? These have starting issues, they have leaks, they're 40, 50 years old. They all have somewhere between 13,000 to 15,000 flight hours on them, and that exceeds the actual life expectancy of the airframe by, 5,000, 7,000 hours.
A-10 critics may use the plane's maintenance issues to fuel their argument, but the cost of maintaining the F-35 jumped 15% between 2018 and 2020.
What happens to you when you finish the training?
Once we all finish, we'll go to the different assigned bases, so I'll be going to Korea next. This is fun to fly. It does a job that no one else does, and you're good at that. That is your thing. That's the A-10's thing.
After completing the 6-month training program at Davis-Monthan, newly certified A-10 pilots will begin their careers as fighter pilots in the U.S. Air Force.
The plane was built well before I was alive, and knowing just like the generations of people that flew the plane before me were looking at the exact same gauges that I'm looking at. So it's a pretty unique experience. I knew as like a younger child that I wanted to fly the A-10. My grandpa was in the Army. He has seen the A-10 like when he was in the Army do things, and so that was even more just like a further drive to pursue the airplane.
While everybody knows us for the gun and its capabilities, a thing that we take most pride in as an A-10 community is protecting the lives of the men and women that are on the ground.
These cooks make up to 13,200 meals a day for the 4,400 cadets here at the United States Military Academy in West Point, New York. Today, the team is making over 22,000 meatballs, combined with 4,000 pounds of noodles and 150 gallons of tomato sauce. And that's just for one of the dishes on the lunch menu.
I would say in comparison to a standard college, we do things a little differently, I think, than most colleges do.
Attention all cadets. For lunch, we are having chicken.
There are lunchtime rituals, and each meal is balanced specifically for these future military leaders' rigorous workload.
The cadets' nutritional requirements are elevated because they are engaging in academic work, in military training, as well as their physical exercise that they're completing here day to day.
Every meal is earned, not given. So the fact that we are able to march in step, keeping our military bearing, shows after a long day or long morning of classes, we've earned this meal.
Meals at West Point are served here at Washington Hall, the historic mess hall where Army cooks have been feeding West Point cadets for nearly 100 years.
At meal times, the destination is Washington Hall, where the cadet gains back the pounds he lost during last summer's hike. And the food is tops in wholesomeness.
Probably our most difficult meal to support here is our lunch meals, where the cadets have about 25 minutes to get into the building, sit down, eat, and get out.
I think the one thing that a lot of people don't realize is how fast it all goes. So it starts at noon at formation. We all get in there by 12:10. And then after that, the food is served to 4,000 people and eaten all within 15 minutes.
But it's not just the cadets who have to move fast.
A lot of the cook staff who have been in those military environments and who have understood what that means to serve and what that looks like. So I think they try to structure the menu so that they may see similar things when they're out, not at West Point.
But how does the staff at West Point prepare over 4,000 nutritious meals that can be served and eaten in under 25 minutes? Insider was granted rare access to the mess hall to see how they pull it off. The food is prepared underneath the mess hall, in a labyrinth of hallways, kitchens, and freezers.
So feeding 4,000 cadets is certainly a challenge. It is also a very well-oiled machine. We've got multiple refrigerators and freezers here. My whole background in the Army has been in food service the entire 20 years that I've been in the Army. In the cadet mess, I have approximately 90 Department of the Army civilian employees that are our cooks. They're the ones that cook all the food. But we also have another approximately 130 or so contractors that work in the mess here, and their job is to actually serve the food to the cadets. The challenges to preparing 4,000 meals 3 times a day are substantial. Our staff is arriving at 3:30 in the morning, and we're not opening for breakfast for another 3 hours, but the reason is because it takes that 3 hours to prepare food for 4,500 cadets.
On the menu for today's lunch, spaghetti with meatballs, breadsticks, fruit salad, broccoli, and iced cake. Prepping enough spaghetti for over 4,000 students starts nearly 2 hours before lunchtime. In the large kitchen, cooks start the spaghetti by boiling 400 pounds of pasta in these giant vats. Then, they add 22,500 meatballs, which they prepared early this morning, enough for each cadet to have 5. With the spaghetti underway, cooks begin steaming 720 pounds of broccoli. Meanwhile, in the bakery, 400 cakes are being iced and placed on carts. Back in the main kitchen, cooks drain the water from the vats and add 150 gallons of tomato sauce. While the spaghetti is simmering, cooks in a temperature-controlled cold kitchen are preparing for a lunch that won't be served for another 2 days. These cooks are opening 2 pallets of frozen ribs weighing 3,600 pounds and breaking them into pieces. Prepping meals days in advance is one of the methods the mess hall staff uses to serve so many cadets so quickly.
For menu development, I work with a dietitian that works for the United States Corps of Cadets, which is upstairs from the cadet mess here. We come up with options that using Army recipes that are in the Army system, as well as other recipes that are available online, and we review those recipes, make sure that they meet the dietary guidelines that they need to meet for West Point's standards, and then we try them out.
I am a registered dietitian and a certified specialist in sports dietetics for the Corps of Cadets at West Point. So the menus are structured in a certain way to make sure that they are meeting all of their calorie requirements. So on the menus, there's usually carbohydrate-based foods, which are going to fuel their brain health, support their academic performance, as well as prime their muscles for some of that moderate to high intensity exercise that they're going to engage in. And then we usually have plant and animal-based protein sources in order to support their tissue and muscle recovery. And then we have a lot of different fruit and vegetable options, so fresh fruit. We have cooked vegetables at the table, as well as a pretty robust salad bar that provides lots of antioxidants to make sure that they get that color in, it supports their immune system, and make sure that they combat some of that inflammation that's occurring from that intense exercise.
Once all the dishes are finished, they are served into portioned containers and loaded into heated carts.
We have around 50 to 75 of the hot carts going, so generally speaking, each hot cart will hold food for about 10 tables.
10 minutes until assembly for lunch formation.
Before lunch formation and before morning formation, the plebes call minutes, and they say the meal for that day.
For lunch, we are having chicken, rice, and vegetables.
After receiving the minutes read aloud by freshmen known as plebes,
5 minutes remaining.
Cadets get into company formation in front of Washington Hall in an area called the apron.
All right, right.
While the students gather, members of the West Point Band play them into formation. Meanwhile, inside the mess hall, the waitstaff is setting out the water and bread for the 25-minute meal.
Oh, it's like everything you've seen in the movies. Before formation, we hear the band start kicking off, really telling us to fall in the companies.
4 count 4.
Once the accountability is taken of the company, then the battalion, and the regiment, we all start marching to the beat of the drum to the mess hall. And really the drums help us stay in step, keep the cadence, and keeping our military bearing.
As cadets file in, the waitstaff has only 6 minutes to get the food from the hot carts onto each table.
We make sure that all the table is set in terms of etiquette and making sure that everybody has their silverware, plates, napkins, cups. The plebes are actually in charge of making sure that this etiquette actually happens.
Meals at West Point are full of traditions that the cadets observe, like the plebes pouring water for the upperclassmen.
Etiquette is a huge deal in the military, and so this kind of just reinforces from your first year here that etiquette is super important.
At the plebe end of the table, every seat has a specific role and responsibility.
Typically, you'll have one person at the end, and that's your cold beverage corporal. They will be in charge of making sure that everyone has a cup full of water, because there's water pitchers on the table when you get there. And then there will be a gunner to the left of them at the end of the table. They're in charge of the desserts. And then to the right of the cold beverage corporal is the hot beverage corporal. That person is in charge of getting, if there's soup in the buffet line or like coffee in the mornings.
Take seats.
And then the plebes will call the table, which means that they basically say like the fourth class has performed all their duties and now we're ready to eat, and then at that point we all start eating our meal.
Portion sizes are crucial to ensure each cadet is receiving their daily caloric intake. But some tables in the mess hall receive more than the standard portion.
So there's a variety of different cadets here, right, with a variety of different nutrition needs, and they're always doing different levels of activity.
Tables with a heavy designation receive a portion and a half, and tables with a heavy sign get double portions.
For some of the athletes that we have that have to maintain a higher body weight for their sport, such as football or heavyweight wrestling or some of our track and field throwers, they require more calories to be able to support that activity, as well as keep their body weight in a range to be competitive in their sport. So they may need more calories to support that.
Let's go.
For cadets, lunch is a mandatory meal.
They're all coming here from all over the country and honestly all over the world because they're exchange students as well. So it's a way to make sure that they can build that camaraderie and build that teammate, build that team together by making them have that meal.
For upperclassmen, breakfast and some dinners are optional, where they can choose from several other options on campus. Another tradition in Washington Hall, all 4 years of students sit next to each other for lunch.
I love having a table with both freshmen, juniors, seniors. It definitely allows you to interact with people in your company that you normally wouldn't. And we switch tables every semester as well, so we get to build those new relationships with people throughout our 4 years here.
What are some of the favorite meals of the cadets here?
So I think probably the most favorite meal, and something you'll probably hear a lot, is there's a spicy chicken patty that the cadets absolutely love.
My favorite meal here would probably be either spicy chicken or the sweet and sour chicken with rice.
Favorite meal is definitely Crispito, sir. It's like a hot dog burrito, if I had to explain it.
I really do like the Taco Tuesdays. I also think they do a very good job with the seafoods.
What's your least favorite food here?
My least favorite food would probably be taco night.
Probably the pork chop.
I'm not really a big Philly cheesesteak guy.
Sometimes they'll get burnt out on eating chicken. There's only so many proteins that we can prepare. Chicken is one of them that really almost everybody eats. So, it's trying to find different ways to season the chicken or different ways to prepare the chicken so that, their palate doesn't get burnt out from eating the same thing.
This is Washington Hall inside the cadet mess area, as we call it. So behind me is the famous mural. The inspiration behind this was by General Douglas MacArthur, class 1903. And in the 1930s, he became Chief of Staff of the Army. He worked with the academic board here, and they came up with the concept of battles, leaders, commanders, and technology. You'll see Alexander the Great up top with a chariot. You'll see siege rams and so on. All the states are by admission. So you got Arkansas, Texas, Iowa, California, and so on. Behind me is the entrance from the mess hall when it was finished in 1929. So below me, about 3 or 4 feet, would be steps, and then the grass area out here. This was the front of the mess hall. So in the early 1960s, the idea was to expand the enrollment of the academy because the Army and the Air Force Academy, which was only a few years old, had an enrollment top of 2,500, where the Naval Academy had 4,000 midshipmen by law. So there's different aspects that occurred, but in 1965, the law was signed and they started building and expanding. So they built out from the original 1929 mess hall this way.
So at the end of the meal, normally they'll call upper class rest or brigade rise, and then at that point everybody can get up and leave. So at that point, meal is ended. It usually only takes like 12 to 15 minutes for everybody to eat, and then we're on our way to our next class.
And when does the next class usually start?
Our next class starts at 12:45.
As the cadets begin to leave Washington Hall, the waitstaff cleans the tables. And back in the kitchens, the cooks have begun preparing dinner, which is only 5.5 hours away.
All right, Jungle, are you able to continue training?
I'm not sure.
Jungle, that's a yes or no question. Are you able to continue training?
This is the Army's Jungle Operations Training Course.
Get that weapon, squad leader, get that weapon!
Each year, over 40% of those who start won't make it to the end.
Why'd you join the Army?
I joined the Army because I wanted to go to war.
The United States is a Pacific power, and we are here to stay.
It's no secret, China is the pacing threat for the U.S. military. We've got an incredibly relevant mission. We have the opportunity out here to prepare for a terrain that's probably the most difficult environments that we can imagine.
Welcome to the jungle, or as they call it in jungle school, the J.
Just another day in the J.
All right, so same thing with wildlife, right? So 50% of everything in the jungle is trying to kill and eat you. Same thing goes with our plants, right?
It's one of the first lessons students learn at jungle school, that 50% of everything in the jungle is trying to kill you. In the J, visibility is limited, and movement is slow and methodical. There are no jungles on the U.S. mainland. That's why training happens here, on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. Though the island is known for the tranquil beaches of Waikiki and the big surf of the North Shore, one only has to look inland to see a vast jungle canopy, which is why the Army trains soldiers for jungle fighting at the 25th Infantry Division's Lightning Academy near the town of Wahiowa. On day 1, 80 students report for training.
SANDOV.
Only 51 will make it to graduation. The rest are dropped during the 12-day course by failing one of 5 critical tests.
All right, first rank, go ahead and stand up with your LA 100s.
Students must pass them all and survive 3 straight days in the jungle in a culminating exercise. Only then will they graduate and receive the coveted jungle tab.
Hey, hurry up, jungle, let's go!
8 students are instantly dropped from the course because they failed to arrive with the 27 critical items on the packing list, but their spots are backfilled with students on a wait list.
You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes to dump everything out of your bags. They don't have to look pretty, jungle. All right, just dump all of your stuff. If you have any tobacco products, all right, dip, snuff, vapes, cigarettes, cigars, whatever it is. Anything that goes along those lines, it gets put in the amnesty box. You have 7.5 minutes to pack up all of your gear. Your other counterparts, the half of the class, they did it in 7. I'm giving you an extra 30 seconds because you have a straggler with you. 2-5.
The instructors don't address the students by name. Instead, each student is assigned a roster number, which is essentially their name for the rest of jungle school.
Why did you decide to come to JOTC?
Well, I'm a sergeant now, and I have soldiers who follow me, and I have to show them that if I can do it, they can do it. So it's more of leading the way.
Could you walk me through this again?
It just has to flip through itself.
Roger, okay.
It's time for the first critical test.
All right, Generals, next knot we're gonna go over here is the slip figure 8.
Knots.
All right, there's a 30-second knot. Execute, execute, execute.
The students are timed on their ability to correctly tie a series of knots that they're expected to master before showing up to jungle school.
The round the body bone line with a double figure 8.
They'll use the knots later in the course to create life-saving rope systems in the jungle.
3, 2, 1. Hands off.
Instructors walk around and inspect each knot. Number 25 takes a knee because he failed one of the critical knots. But that doesn't mean he's dropped from the course. He'll get one more chance in a retest on day 2.
I felt awful, like I was an idiot. But I just took it as they hold me to the standard. They're not going to let anything slide. And just grateful that I get a chance to show that I can do it right.
The rest of the squad is going to be tying the around the body bone line, like Sergeant Witt had it, and they're going to move up, and the Brigade Team Commander is going to hook him up on the other side of that knot, and they're going to send him. She's going to send him across. Understood? Okay. All right.
I'm a first-generation immigrant, and my parents always taught me how to prove one's Americanness, and so I grew up alongside military service members, and so I was really inspired and motivated by responding to a calling that's greater than one's, self-interest.
This is the toughest operational environment that you'll ever operate in. The soldier cannot fight in the jungle until that soldier learns to survive in the jungle. That same soldier must use the jungle as a friend, not as an enemy. With proper training, a soldier can become a skilled jungle fighter.
There's no pay increase for soldiers with the jungle tab. The value of the course is perceived as the experience and knowledge that graduates can take back and share with their units.
Yeah, I just came out to get a little bit of training, go through jungle school, hopefully pass, get back and teach my soldiers something. That's really the biggest thing I wanted to take away from this school.
It died right here.
Of the 80 students in the course, only 7 are female.
I'd say almost everywhere you go, that's going to be the situation. So if you're a female in the Army, that's something to get used to pretty early on. It's great to have those other females to kind of bond with as well.
All right, is this the proper way to carry a weapon?
The soldiers show up slick, which means their uniforms show only their last name and U.S. Army. There's no indication of rank, affiliation, or previous schools attended.
Do what you're asked to do, be at the right place, at the right time, in the right uniform, with the right equipment, and move with a sense of urgency. That's all we ask. So easy.
Day 1 may have been easy for most, but Day 2 will prematurely end 11 more students' time in jungle school.
All right, Jungles, here in about 30 seconds. We're going to start testing, all right?
The knots retest begins before the sun comes up. Number 25 has to pass if he wants to remain in jungle school.
Hey, go ahead and get to ready ropes. The next knot we're going to test on here is the round the body bow line.
This is the knot number 25 failed to tie on Day 1.
Execute, execute, execute. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands off.
Because he used to be. I'm gonna look for it after this. I don't know how
Sorry. This time I passed, so I showed that I can learn. Could not get a wink of sleep last night. Absolutely terrified, but doing things even when you're afraid or even when you're not sure, that's how you move forward.
Only one student failed the retest.
JIs are going to come through and they're going to do spot checks on you. 31.
And another withdrew from the course for administrative reasons. 78 are left to take on the second of the 5 critical tests, the Jungle 5K.
All right, Jungle. 3, 2, 1, begin.
Students have 40 minutes to complete a 5-kilometer run on a road with significant elevation changes while wearing a load-carrying vest and carrying their replica rifles known as rubber duckies.
Jungle! Almost done.
There's no retest for the Jungle 5K. This is the students' only chance to pass and stay in the course. Of the 78 students, 6 failed to finish in time, including number 25.
That's good right here.
Bring the rain, hide my tears.
Tell me what happened.
So I was running the 5K, started out pretty strong actually, and then I don't know what it was. Could not catch my breath, had to walk. Felt like somebody was just giving me a big old bear hug.
Are you disappointed?
Oh, absolutely. I wanted to keep going, so kind of sucks on day 2 to call the family and say, hey, pick me up, I failed. Take care.
Jungle school is over for number 25, but continues for the remaining 72 students who get a quick meal before their next test.
Straight to dessert?
Straight to dessert, no time, get the sugars in. Killed a lot of glycogen on that run. Don't want to go into shock when you hit the pool.
Are you teaching us jungle nutrition?
I'm teaching you everything nutrition, son.
I am actually most worried about the swim event, but I've also been practicing, and so I am cautiously optimistic.
1, 2, 3.
The students head to the pool at Schofield Barracks for the 3rd critical test.
Welcome to the Combat Water Survival Assessment. We're looking for proficiency inside the water.
The test has 4 stages.
Jungle! Jungle!
The Don and Ditch.
All right, Jungle, into the pool.
A high dive jump. A 2-minute water tread. And a 50-meter swim. While the first 2 stages move quickly, the physical toll taken by the Jungle 5K begins to catch up with the students.
Just too tired.
Okay.
No, it's not. I just failed.
I'm not a really good swimmer, and I feel like I exert way too much energy while treading. I knew I was coming up like on the last seconds, so I just really wanted to, as soon as they say stop, I can just hurry up and grab the wall. It's relieving. Definitely the swim and the 5K. Those were my 2 biggest worries coming into this. And after I completed those, I think we got 2 or 3 more events, qualifying events coming up, which not too worried about.
Who are my weak swimmers?
The swim test is over for some, but because he identified as a weak swimmer, number 56 has to go last.
Jungle! Jungle!
You see visible signs of struggle. After that one warning, you're a no-go if I have any questions. Into the water. Away from the wall. Away from the wall. Away from the wall. All right, come out of the pool, Jungle. Bring it out, Mom. You're not swimming on your chest. You got it. Stay calm. There you go. There you go. Keep going. All right, cool.
After passing the 2-minute tread, only 1 stage remains.
Come on, stand up, 5'6". You're good. Stand up. You're strong. Are you able to continue training?
I'm not sure.
Jungle, that's a yes or no question. Are you able to continue training?
Yes.
Okay, Jungle, go ahead and move forward. Hey, Jungle, I'm gonna put you in lane 1 right there. All right? Enter the pool. Jungle, enter the pool.
Just jump in.
My body just couldn't exert anymore, and so I became more exhausted. I think it was because of how quickly everything progressed. my exhaustion just became worse more quickly. I already knew that I was worried, but I was trying to keep calm. And it was just at that last few seconds that I just panicked a little. I'll try not to break down and cry. Frankly, I feel devastated because this was something that I had prepared for, for months. I do not like to quit. I also recognize my limitations. And so harking back to that moment will certainly be a motivation for me to succeed the next time.
5 students are dropped from the course after failing the swim test. The rest return to Camp Lightning to continue training.
So who's done land nav out here on East Range? How was it? Sucked.
The next critical test is land navigation.
All right, so land navigation. Somebody read that for me?
2 biggest threats to us in the jungle. The first was navigation, the second, the enemy.
Jungle. What does that mean to you?
Means it was very easy to get lost, and when you got lost, you also didn't know where the enemy was. And if you were lost, you just walked into those ambushes.
Thank you.
The students have to plot geo-coordinates on a map and plan their routes to get from point to point using only the map, a compass, markers, and a protractor, and no GPS devices. The students train here on East Range, 10 square miles of thick vegetation and treacherous terrain.
So what makes land navigation challenging out here at East Range is the terrain we have. When we are first getting the Army at basic training, they teach us about dead reckoning, shooting your azimuth and walking in a straight line a certain amount of meters, which is almost impossible out here because of our terrain. You go 100 meters on one direction, you're gonna hit a cliff. You go 100 meters in another direction, you're gonna hit a 200-foot decline, and then another 200-foot incline on the other side.
The actual test isn't until day 6, so the students have some time. But what little time they have should be used wisely, because more students will be dropped because of the land nav test than any other test in the course.
What are you going to do if you hear a whistle blast?
Echo it. Echo your whistle.
What are you going to do if you come upon an injured student?
Day 3 begins with a land navigation practice test. Students are paired up and given 2 points to find in 3 hours.
Where's the first point?
First point's right here. Second point's right here.
While they can't use GPS devices, each student gets a device known as a dog collar during land nav, so the instructors can know their location in case of emergency.
Or 7A, 42.
After you plot your points, you want to create a nice route, but when it's like boots on the ground, everything changes.
The students quickly find that out during their first real taste of the J.
Going back up.
Stuff can happen out there in the jungle. It was good to go out and see the terrain and actually see how much it slows you down. It's crazy how long it can take you to move a click out here versus just a click on the mainland.
On the whole way back, I'm like, I want Sergeant Bostic to take me out there and show me how he would have done this, because I suck at land nav, clearly.
The students are learning small unit tactics, like how to move and communicate without being detected in the jungle.
You see how important hand and arm signals are? They are very important because that's how every single one of you in a squad is going to be tracking what's going on.
It's very important to rehearse, right? The moment when you think you know, that's when you're fucked up. Oh shit. That's when you're messed up, alright?
Stay in your lane!
LOA! Alright, take a knee, guys.
Hey, watch that barrel back there, jungle.
And then Alpha Team takes contact from the right-hand side of the direction of travel.
With no critical tests until day 6, the students finally have a chance to relax.
One of the routes that are on one of those hills to just snap when you're walking up or down.
Oh, absolutely.
Like so many people.
Lifesavers, though.
Yeah.
There's some gnarly rocks out there for sure.
Oh, yeah. Where we went today, I almost damn near broke my ankle.
It's good times.
Of the 67 students left in the class, 47 are based in Hawaii. The other 20 are are from the 82nd Airborne Division, based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Sometimes I wish I would have went aviation. Seriously. Like, oh, it looks like a really gnarly jungle down there.
Yeah, I know. Fly over there. Some green down there.
Every time we're in the bird, getting ready for jumping, I just see the Lodi. Smiling, doing his thing, stepping on my knees, like crawl over us. I'm like, damn, I should have picked that job. Like, watch all these dumb airborne dudes jump out of the plane.
The Jungle School hosts a cross-section of soldiers at different stages of their careers, both enlisted and officers, like roster number 1, a first lieutenant.
How long have you been in the Army?
2.25 years now.
Okay, how old are you?
33.
That's it? Wow, so you started kind of late, huh?
Yeah, I did a full change of career. I did the OCS route, so I went to basic OCS. Full change of career for me.
Nice, what would you do before?
I was the director of a hospital clinic.
The highest ranking student in the class is number 5, a lieutenant colonel and senior intelligence officer with nearly 2 decades of time served in the Army.
So I came to Jungle School just to get a little bit of hands-on experience with the environment and the conditions that our soldiers will fight in the Pacific Theater, because I want to have a better appreciation so I can do a better job at doing my job as their senior intelligence officer. And to get to hang out with junior soldiers in the field, cold, wet, hungry, you know, everybody a little equally miserable, is fantastic. Our rank does not matter here. The jungle treats everyone the same.
Hey, drop the red ball!
240. I want it right here on the right side. Watch the goddamn goal. Watch out, RTO.
It's hard not to notice the presence of one of the most experienced students in the class, number 23.
Hey, look at my eyes, Jungle. I'll be looking for you out there.
You ever seen Platoon?
Have I seen Platoon? Are you kidding me?
He was Platoon.
I was Platoon. My entire life is Platoon.
All right. Go ahead. Hey, form up. Direction of travel is that way.
A first sergeant with 17 years served, an Army sniper, ranger, and ranger instructor. 37 years old and 3 years away from retirement. Why would he volunteer for Jungle School?
I think it's very important for senior leaders to continue to put themselves in these kind of situations. They're showing their men that they can still do it, and you're not just the one, you know, barking orders all the time. You're still able to get out here and get dirty, you know?
Why did you join the Army?
I joined the Army because I wanted to go to war. Yeah, that's all I wanted to do.
And did you?
10 times.
Where have you been?
I have been to Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan multiple times. I think around 10 deployments.
He wears a silver bracelet in memory of friends killed in action.
Charlie 6, Charlie 7 Romeo, we're in contact. Well here, no fire support. 240!
We need some air!
It may seem like these soldiers are playing war with their neighborhood friends in the backyard.
Roger, contact.
But what's happening in the real world in this exact moment is no game. On this same day, the Department of Defense announced it would increase the U.S. military's presence in the Philippines amid rising tension with China.
How do you think that impacts the sort of significance of what's happening at Jungle School here at Lightning Academy?
Good. I mean, my opinion on, you know, ramping things up and going to war is always going to be good. That's what I want to do. I mean, you know, peace is a good thing, but I joined the military to go to war, so.
American jungle troops. In the Canal Zone, Uncle Sam trains new commando-type troops whose American designation is Bushmasters.
For decades, the Army trained jungle warfare at a school in Panama.
The Jungle Warfare course is structured in a building block approach.
But that school closed in 1999 when the military's focus shifted to the Middle East.
The United States is a Pacific power, and we are here to stay.
Under President Obama, the military's focus shifted back to the Asia-Pacific region. And in 2013, the jungle school reopened in the Rainbow State. Today, the course is open to all military branches and foreign allies. Priority is given to personnel based in the Indo-Pacific Command Area of Responsibility. Some students in this course already have orders to head to the region, like number 67, another former Ranger instructor.
In the coming months after this course, I'll be going to the Philippines for about 2 months. It's awesome that when that announcement came out that I get to be part of the units to go down there, conducting all the training we'll be doing in the Philippines and the joint operations we'll be doing during that 2-month period.
50% of everything in the jungle is trying to kill you,
We have another punji pit, all right?
not including the enemy.
And then once again,
On day 4, students learn about the different methods the enemy might use to try and kill them in the J, such as deadly booby traps
And this will knock out 1 to 3 people.
and improvised explosive devices.
We're going to go over a basic level knowledge of how to apply and deploy camouflage. Don't forget your guys' teeth and your tongue.
I better start getting some Chris Hemsworth money for all this camera time, you know what I mean? Whoa. Teaching these generations the lost arts.
So, the jungle specifically, without looking at it right now, I can tell you there's a pattern trace that it has, is everything grows up. So it's in that vertical stance where everything's up and down. So you want to try to avoid making patterns that go horizontal across your body if possible.
The students move in small units, looking for signs that an enemy has been in the area, known as spore.
you see this? That's fresh, right?
Yep.
We found them, let's go.
After completing the tracking exercise, the students walk out of the J and head to the landing zone. But getting out of the jungle isn't always so easy, especially if there's a casualty.
All right, has anyone rode a jungle penetrator before? Cool. All right, so we have some guys. This is called the jungle penetrator. It's called such because it folds up nice and tight like this, so when we drop it down to hoist the patient, this will penetrate the jungle canopy. There's these little tabs here, releases the little sked here that you can sit your butt on, so get in there nice and tight.
Students don't just get to look at the JP, they also get to ride it.
That was super fun. That was, a great morale boost, good experience. I'm a big fan of helicopters. Anytime I get to ride on a helicopter or be near one, I'm excited.
Once they're done, some students seize the opportunity to catch some Z's. They'll need their rest before day 5, when they'll head even deeper into the J.
I think not a lot of rope.
As long as you can fit a carabiner through it, you're all right.
Remember the knots test on day 1?
Take both those loops, put them together.
It seems like such a long time ago.
You're going to tie a double-double, all right, with enough loop on the very end of that double-double that you can fit a carabiner through it.
But the real test is today.
There you go.
When students will use those same knots to safely rappel down treacherous gulches. Because in the J, there are no retests.
Jungle! Watch out, jungle!
But what goes down must come back up.
They didn't teach us in the class, but you can do it. I'll go first. I'll be the guinea pig. If anything bad happens, it's early retirement, so it's a win-win, right?
There's this guy, I think number 23.
Yes, I think I know who you're talking about. He has a great impact on our morale.
See?
You guys want to do something simple, and now we got to go off the backside.
He's uniquely qualified in that he's been an instructor at a school like this before. He was an instructor at Ranger School, and he's trying to bring some levity to the group. You know, everybody's cold, everybody's wet, everybody's a little miserable. And so if you take it too seriously, it's just not going to be any fun. And it's got to be fun.
You know what? You want to be Spotlight Ranger up there. That's okay. I got something for you later. Everyone's pretty nervous, right? And they're dealing with a lot of things, and they're going through all this shit. And my whole thing is like, if you're gonna focus on those things, it's gonna be hard, right? Making people laugh, and when it's downpouring on us and storming like that, I mean, that might be just what they needed, you know? It's also what I need, so there's that. I gotta keep joking to keep myself going as well.
Bye.
The letter's in my...
Stop. You don't break back here?
Nope.
So we have a lot of senior leaders that come through the course. This is one of very few times in their career that they don't get to be that senior leader. They just get to be a student. So they get to relax a little bit.
You want to be a smartass and talk a big game until you fall in the J.
Are you okay, Jungle?
Hey, why don't you stay tactical up there?
Because I'm an instructor and I'm trying to make sure that you are okay. I saw you fall. But sometimes they take it a little too far because they haven't had that much slack before. So sometimes we got to be able to reel it in and just let them know they have to calm down.
While rappelling in a wet jungle requires total concentration, these students better not forget what awaits them tomorrow, their next critical test, land navigation.
1173. 1271.
It's the fourth of 5 critical tests.
1370.
One that will cut 12 more students from the course.
Getting 4 grids, you must come back with 2 to pass.
The students have 5 hours to find a minimum of 2 of the 4 grid points. Anything less than 2 or returning after the time limit results in a no-go, and there is no retest for land nav.
What are you doing there?
Just burning the ends so it doesn't fray off and then just go all over the place pretty much.
Number 14 is paired with number 69, who's back at jungle school after failing the critical rope systems test back in December. But he did pass land nav.
So how did the land nav test go for you back in December when you went through?
Oh, it was easy. I didn't get all the points, but I got 3 out of 4 of them.
So you feeling pretty confident about this?
Watch me up, let's go. We could hit 1.
Do like a 1, 3, 2 type of deal.
Or no, we should probably get 1 first, so we can do 1, 3,
and then backtrack. We'll just do 1 first.
We attached a camera to number 69 to see the test from his and number 14's perspective.
Oh, that's too fucking easy.
14. Do you feel like having somebody that's already been through it pretty recently and says it's going to be easy? How does that make you feel about this test?
Like a easy breezy. I mean, I was already feeling confident about it in general, just because I already ran through the course like twice. But since he already knows his way around the land, shit, it helps out a lot.
So I should see you guys back here pretty soon.
Oh yeah. Hopefully.
You gonna pay me?
No, I'm not. I'm probably gonna get fired.
Promoted.
At 0700, the test begins.
Well, there's another trail that'll cut through.
14 and 69 took a more conservative route.
I'm pretty sure it's like right off that main drag. So we basically just need to break this brush line right here. I think this is the trail I remember.
Back at camp, instructors monitor the students' locations using GPS tracking devices.
So they have a corresponding dog collar matching their roster number. We go to the dog list on the tracker, You want 23, click on 23, and it will navigate straight to where he is. He is right here, right in this, wherever that question mark is. That means that's his last known ping.
Instructors patrol the jungle to make sure the students aren't breaking the main rule. They can't walk on the roads. Any student caught breaking this rule is known as roadkill.
0974 roadkill.
2 roadkills, and they fail.
Okay, maybe this isn't the trail I fucking thought it was. Oh.
You know the trail, right? Or a little bit of it?
Which way? You want to go this way or that way?
We're in this area right here. So.
Okay.
I think we're heading in the right direction to keep hand railing this.
Yep.
To the open area.
All right. I don't think this is heading the right way. Hold on. I don't think. Well, I mean, there's a trail down there.
I wonder if you look like a Hopper from Stranger Things.
Oh my god, I get that all the time. Oh fuck, I thought there was a path here. I thought there was a path here. Oh fuck, yeah, this stops here. Alright, we're gonna have to go down. Sweet Jesus. Oh, this is about to suck. Oh, got jabbed in the fucking eye. Oh shit, this would be an easier way to get up. Hell yeah.
We made it, we passed, we got 2 out of 4 points, so very happy with that. It was good. The weather was awful. It was pouring, lightning, thundering. That definitely made it pretty difficult.
Our goal today was at least 2 because we wanted to pass. We found 2 within an hour, so we're like, let's go for another. Found the third one, another like 20, 30 minutes. So we're like, we have like 3 hours left. Might as well go for all 4. And so we felt pretty good going into coming back, and it felt great to just get this last like big test.
So for you guys, you can collect your gear.
But the test wasn't as easy for some, like number 5.
You know, we just had bad luck today. We were able to pick up our first point pretty quickly, and then we got to our second points area, and we just spent 2.5 hours looking for it, and we just couldn't find it. So we're dropped, and it is what it is. These things happen. I'll pack up and I'll head home, and I'll get to see my wife and kids today, so that's the bonus. Kind of bittersweet, right? A little bit of a bummer, but life goes on, and I'll be back at work on Monday.
Among the 12 students who failed the land nav test.
All right, thanks for chatting with me, though.
Number 14.
Yeah, give Sam a second to get you focused up, and we'll get going here. Tell me what happened today.
Well, we're going smoothly to our first point. We got our first point. It took us a little more time than we wanted to, but it was like not a problem. And then started downpouring a lot, and just made it hard to find our second point.
At what point did you realize we're not going to find it in time?
We were looking for that point up until 11:40. We're like 2.5 hours. We're probably looking for that point with like no luck.
So how do you feel right now?
Not too bad actually. Like I've only been here. This is my first time coming to this course. First time ever seeing like the jungle out here. So I'm definitely going to be back at a later point. This gives me like a good look on what I should be ready for next time.
Number 23 wouldn't let us interview him on camera until he passed the land nav test.
How did your land nav test go today?
I did good. I'm not gonna lie though, I got beat up. I mean, I'm definitely feeling the effects of the terrain here. It's not easy. Definitely not. I got paired with a 20-year-old younger version of myself. We're both strong rangers, and we could have made it a lot easier on ourselves, but we just, hard charge forward right through the terrain. It doesn't matter. Keep going.
His partner, number 59, part of the 82nd Airborne from North Carolina. After jungle school, he's heading to Thailand for joint training with the Royal Thai Army. That is, if he makes it out of the J.
Oh yeah, by the way, I had to go cold turkey off of dip.
in this course, so it's much harder for me than everybody else here.
Are you really missing it?
The first 2 days, I was definitely like, I could really use a dip right now, but now I don't even give a shit.
The students practice making ruck rafts, wrapping their rucks with ponchos to create buoyancy. Number 23 got paired with an old friend.
We know each other for a very, very long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were ranger instructors together. Had no idea we were both in this course together.
I'm from Fort Bragg, and he's stationed there. It's just totally random.
Wow.
We were on the same ranger instructor walk team. Funny how it all comes together.
All comes together.
I like the thought process, right? But you guys are too far from the dump tank.
No, we like pain. 3, 2, 1. You said right shoulder. Hold on. How well did you waterproof?
I'm waterproof.
Come on.
Ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
And she floats.
Stop. Just fucking.
So what are you putting on there?
Just foot powder.
I couldn't find my powder.
Just to keep it dry?
Yeah. Once again, you don't use it, you lose it.
Does my shit look okay?
Looks great.
Okay. I can't tell, so.
Here. Looks like you have a black eye.
All right. My mirror is shot by the water.
The jungle took it.
The J.
In the J, sunshine is a rare commodity.
Oh, Bobby. Did you guys think I was standing over here because I like the view?
I knew why you were standing over here.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get a little vitamin D. Been lacking that a little bit lately.
50% of everything in the jungle is trying to kill you. But it also has lots of things that can keep you alive.
There we go. Just lay it down. Good shit, boys.
Suck it, nature.
And then we all get to go spend the night in the jungle together.
Students spend the morning inside Survival Village, where they learn about making fire, purifying water,
We're over here, it's just some bamboo lashed together.
building shelter,
All right, we have 3 bananas.
and about the types of food that can sustain them in the J.
God damn. Dude, you're supposed to share. You piece of shit.
Let me get some of that.
Here, you cut this one, please.
How was that?
Seriously? It's really good.
Let's taste this one here.
Don't waste it.
Yeah. Oh, I dropped it twice. It's gone.
But in the J, not all food grows on trees.
Y'all come on in, make a horseshoe around these tables.
Wild chickens are abundant on East Range, so students are trained to kill or dispatch them and prepare them for consumption.
This is another event you have to participate in. If you refuse to train, you get dropped, all right?
Roger that. Roger that.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody have any hot sauce or salt?
Bon appetit, Fletchmeister.
Yes.
You too.
Some pea bread.
Quite good.
Oh, yeah.
How is it? Can you describe the flavor?
Very bland, but yet rewarding.
Where'd you score the Tabasco sauce? Was that in an MRE?
That was one of the MREs, yeah.
How is it?
It's not bad. Needs a little bit of seasoning, but right now I could eat anything.
I'm glad that the chickens died for our cause.
For the students that remain, it's been 7 straight days in the J, 7 days away from their day jobs, and for many of them, their families.
I'm married, I have 2 kids. My wife is pretty used to me having to go away, but when it's like a training thing that I'm volunteering to do, she probably gets a little upset, but she also knows it's very important, so.
For my wife, it's a huge impact. She's got to, take care of the kids all by herself. During the week, it's not so bad, just a normal routine of getting them ready, bringing them to school and daycare, and the normal stuff at night. But the weekends get real difficult with no one there to help her. Sometimes I come home just completely burnt out, and my wife is also burnt out at the same time. So, she's expecting all the help in the world, and I'm not physically ready to give all the help in the world. So,
For now, they'll have to get by with their jungle family, spending the night in the J, where they'll have to apply everything they've learned in Survival Village.
What is this guy?
Dude, that would be
Skink.
great. This would be great fishing bait.
Yeah, it would be. How'd you guys sleep?
We were great.
We were great.
We're just building a big jungle family out here.
Yeah.
I mean, I am.
What did you guys get to eat?
We picked about 12 oranges off a wild orange tree out there. Ate those, took the peels, put them in the canteen cups, made a little tea out of them.
At 7:30, have all your gear and be up on the road.
Roger that.
Radio back now.
We got to get to extraction now.
The last step of their survival practical exercise is building a signal fire with a smoke plume high enough to get the attention of a rescue aircraft. The fire's primary engineer, number 59, he's back in the J after going to the emergency room for a laceration on his leg that had to be stitched up. Breaking news from the mainland. President Biden ordered fighter jets to shoot down a Chinese spy balloon that had floated all the way from Alaska to South Carolina. With no internet access or cable TV, the jungle students were hearing about it for the first time.
Well, I just heard about it through you, from him, through you, and just kind of.
We were in my mind. It's the Zeppelin in like 1942. It's the big old Zeppelin.
You haven't seen a picture of it, obviously, right?
No.
No. We live in the J.
What does it look like?
We don't have
Not much news
out here.
It's like it was just like a big circular, spherical, like white.
It's like a weather balloon almost.
With like a little electronic apparatus.
Like a payload on the bottom with
below
some,
it,
optics and sensors and stuff.
And there's video of it getting shot down, like that people just took from Myrtle Beach with their iPhone.
What was it shot down with?
F-22.
Hellfire.
I forget which type of missile, but.
Then I'm sure we went.
Got it!
I'm sure we went and recovered it.
So anywhere on this loop, it can be in the middle like mine.
With the tension building between the U.S. and China in real time, the stakes are also high at Camp Lightning, where the students will face the final critical test of jungle school, rope systems.
You're gonna bring it back through the carabiners. How do your carabiners need to be set up?
Opposite
and opposed. So that means the spines are gonna be on. Keep your hands off for me, please, Jungle. Question over here.
So
yes.
I go bottom to top.
Students get one last chance to practice and ask questions about the two systems.
See how it starts on the left side?
The one-rope bridge
My stack of the rope is on my left-hand side,
and the Z-pulley.
so I shouldn't expect anybody to fail this. Jungle! So I'm a great teacher now.
Hell yeah.
First up, the Z-pulley.
All right, Jungle, let's go. Hurry up.
Next,
The rest of your group's waiting on you.
the one-rope bridge.
All right, Jungle, go at this time. All right, go ahead and break down your station.
Congrats.
Thank you. Glad everything's over.
Yeah, does it feel like kind of a weight's been lifted?
Definitely.
Thank you, Jungle Sergeant.
So how do you feel now that you've passed both of these?
Feel great, honestly. It's not
It ain't no joke going from just being in the field for 2 days and survival night, and I don't care who you are, and then you got to come do something technical like this. It's not easy.
Alright, so you're good to go, Fragment. Just break everything down, leave your ropes and carabiners outside of the bag right here, okay?
How's your leg doing? I saw you kind of favoring it there.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
Oh wait.
I'm just gonna keep on going. We all got a pain, but this one's mine, so just gonna roll with it.
4 students were dropped for failing the final critical test, bringing the total number of students to 51.
Do you feel like a weight has been lifted?
I do. I definitely feel like a weight has been lifted. But there's more to go. Now comes the fun part.
Fun?
The fun part, yeah.
Enemy forces, the 496th Light Infantry Regiment of the Atropian Army has invaded the island of Oahu. Their goal is to harass and destroy friendly U.S. forces in order to force a retrograde from the Lilihua Plateau.
The class is divided into 4 squads, and the squad leaders are briefed on what they can expect during the final challenge of Jungle School, the Cullex.
The Cullex is a 3-day culminating exercise. They get to utilize everything that they have been taught from day 1.
The enemy is also known to utilize ATV, Polaris, 4-wheelers, and Humvees.
They have a mission set that they will progress through each day until they eventually end up at the beginning of the Green Mile on the end of day 3.
Comms. All right, you have to figure it out. It's tough out there in the J, but I know FM works. FM comms work out here, all right?
So we're gonna go down, rappel, down, rappel. Or no, we're gonna down, rappel, climb up, rappel one more time, and link in with third squad.
The students swap their rubber duckies for the real thing, M4 carbines that fire blank rounds.
Remember what you're fighting for, men. The United States of America is the team I play for. Hell yeah. What team do you play for? America! I want my kids to be so proud of me.
Let's make sure we take it slow, nobody gets hurt. Jungle 1 on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Jungle 1!
Helicopter flies the squad to a location on East Range meant to disorient them.
Jungle man, jungle 1.
When a squad takes enemy contact, there are 2 options: engage the enemy or break contact by moving to a place where they're no longer in danger. In this case, first squad chose the latter, which meant heading deeper into the J. When it gets too slippery and steep, their only option is to sit and slide. The squad moves slowly and quietly. After about an hour, they haven't moved very far, only a couple hundred meters.
Jungle main, jungle 1, radio check over.
Contrary to what was said in the briefing, radios don't always work in the J.
Yeah, we'll try again. Let me get the high ground.
Before long, the squad hits a point of no return. What started out as a shallow stream turned into a waist-deep mud pit.
It was tough going through that mud. Reminded me of high school wrestling.
Yeah, that was a perfect little route until this. So might as well just try to get up now.
The only way out is up.
We need to go take that trail.
The trail dies though.
Okay, well we need to go west.
After breaking contact again,
But I think we'll initiate with Alpha
it's time to find and engage the enemy.
and then swing right out. Got it?
Jungle Man, this is Jungle 1. Did you acknowledge my last? Over.
Everybody gotta die sometime, Red.
Number 23 has found them.
Malfunction!
As number 23 approaches the fallen enemy, his first instinct is to take the notebook sticking out of his back pocket. In jungle school, rank doesn't matter, but experience shines through.
Get some EPW and search going.
You found this? Very nice.
I handed it to you, squad leader.
I thought you found it.
That's their entire battle plan.
Nice. That's good shit.
I'm gonna need a raise as a private.
Hey, we need to count.
It doesn't fucking matter. We ain't got time for that shit. Let's go. Boom.
Day 2 of the Cullex. A pattern emerges. Contact. Movement. More contact.
Get up, you.
And more movement.
We're like 200 meters away from the checkpoint 1.
Can't we just go this way, right here?
You gotta keep eyes on the waterway.
The squad's next objective is to follow a waterway that leads to a tunnel, which is easier said than done.
The squad's struggling this morning. They didn't meet any of the time hacks. They're kind of just lousy and on mission this morning. Their discipline is very low.
What did you just say? Really? What was it? What did it hit?
After nearly an hour, the squad still hasn't found the tunnel. Their instructor had to point it out to them.
So who saw the tunnel? We were down on the river right after it was pointed out. Right after it was pointed out, everyone saw it. Who saw it before that? You got to keep your eyes sharp. Your brains need to be turned on all the time.
Push up, Nova, push up.
Malfunction on the side!
Along with their M4s. Each squad also carries the M249 squad automatic weapon,
Saw's malfunctioning!
known as the Saw, plus one more for backup.
Hey, let's fire at the tree, let's fire at the tree. Get that weapon, squad leader, get that weapon.
The roles of opposing or enemy forces are played by instructors, as well as members of the 82nd Airborne who were dropped earlier in the course.
I am one of the oppositions that they are killing and or capturing.
This was one of the students hit with a roadkill violation during the land nav test.
Now that you're just sticking around there using you in other ways?
Yeah, at my discretion. I'm just checking out the island and whatnot. It's not a bad gig.
What happened to the saw back there?
Malfunctioned. Always fucking happens. It's like 50-50 with it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. When it does, it's nice.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Russia.
Really?
Number 20's father was a captain in the Russian Army. After 9/11, he moved to the United States and joined the U.S. Army as a private. She joined the Army 3 years ago and is now a first lieutenant.
What made you want to go to jungle school?
I've just always wanted to, like, I wanted to learn knots and, you know, it's like survival skills and how to track, all these things. And the school taught me all that, so I think that's pretty cool. I'm enjoying my experience so far.
Right, you guys were just a mess to begin with. You need to slow down. You need to slow way down. You're going way too fast. You're not doing anything tactical, especially hand-arm signals. You guys are just out here talking, maneuvering around, yelling at each other, all right? I know I have a lot of negative things to say right now, but one thing I will say positively about you guys, all right, is you can freaking move. You guys were moving fast. A little too fast. You guys are moving fast.
How does it impact team morale when you get like sort of a lot of negative?
I do not like to be told good things. I am a complete opposite. I like to be told all negative things.
So you liked that sort of the feedback from Razo?
I get fired up by getting told, you know, you're doing shitty. But I will say that's not like, I'm clearly different than maybe a lot of other people, how they feel.
See that? Old Bob comes out when I touch the water.
Why do you call him Bob?
You never say his real name when you're in the shit, because then he'll go away. His big orange ball. B.O.B.
Radio check over.
Long way from Manhattan.
What's the CEO's name of Business Insider?
Henry Blodgett?
Harry Blodgett?
Henry Blodgett?
Henry Blodgett? Henry Blodgett, come join us in the J. I'll let you hold my saw.
What is this, like a candy bar?
This is a first strike bar. It gives you the power to fight the J.
At all times.
At all times.
This is the Southwest beef and black beans.
Aside from their chicken dinner during survival training, the only food these students have eaten in 10 days has come from MREs, which stands for Meals Ready to Eat.
Here it is. A little soft taco action. Not bad.
After 2 days of the collects, they'll need their strength for the final day of training. One more day in the J. After 2 days with first squad, we finally linked up with fourth squad, which was being led by the injured number 59.
How's your leg, 59? Oh, wait a second. How's your leg doing?
Bleeding, but it's fine.
Bleeding? Yeah. How've the last 2 days been?
Very fun. I'm weird like that.
But 59 revealed he's not the only injured student in his squad. He told us that number 73 sustained an ankle injury.
I heard you hurt your ankle.
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm fine.
What happened?
I don't really know, but it's hurting me yesterday. Medics wrapped it up, and I'm just trying to not focus on it today.
How's it going, 67? How are you feeling?
Wet, cold. It's alright though.
Hey, stop fucking shooting up here! We're not shooting at you. Yeah, you can't even see what you're shooting at. First man, high ground. Hey, someone grab Brunimer's rock. He's up here with security with me.
How was the rest of you guys' night?
We walked a long way, and then got rained on all night.
How was that?
Miserable. All of our stuff is completely wet, even before we started this today, so.
How's morale?
Oh, it's super high. Yeah. I think it's just that everyone knows that no matter how bad this day gets, it's gonna end, type thing. I have to go right back in the field Sunday, so I mean, whatever, but. Just keep grinding.
You seen much of Bob?
No. That son of a bitch. He's abandoned me. We used to have a great bond, him and I. Now, he's abandoned all hope in me.
Hey, let some slack on that.
No, you have to Z-pulley him.
The squad has to create a Z-pulley rope system, the same one from their last critical test, to evacuate a simulated casualty from the bottom of a gulch. And they have to carry the casualty all the way to the next rally point. And after just a little more contact, they get a chance to refit before the final event of jungle school.
Get it.
The Green Mile.
Anybody care to take a guess as to why we do the Green Mile?
Something to do with a movie.
No, nothing to do with the movie.
I feel like it's just a rite of passage thing, you know?
I'm going to that's exactly
right.
Every other foreign country out there has a Green Mile, right? And it is a mile as the bird flies. Ours is about 2.5 miles as we walk it, all right? So it's our way to give back to the jungle for, hey, thanks for this great experience and all the knowledge that we've passed on, all right? So that is our thing, all right? Hey, Bostic, whenever you're ready. Incoming!
The MRE isn't sitting well.
Throw your weapon, throw your weapon. Throw it.
Man down! Oh shit. Nope. Fuck! Goddamn camera, man!
That's how you get way higher.
After the obstacle course, the squad moves through the J at a slightly faster pace. They have to climb a steep grade known as Cherry Guava Hill, using nothing but cherry guava trees to hold on to, until they get to a fixed rope at the top. The squad encounters a litter loaded with gear that they have to carry the rest of the way.
Slow it down if you're gonna fuck it up!
Come on, Jungle, let's go!
Get to the chopper!
Yeah, there it is.
They've arrived at the LZ, which is right next to Camp Lightning, the finish line.
It's the last few moments.
Yeah, kinda don't want it to end, to be honest with you. I got a lot of emails waiting on me.
The class began with 80, but only 51 finished.
Look at this thing.
Before they head home, the students have to clean their gear.
Real good.
Sloppy Joe! Extra sloppy!
Once the gear is clean, it's time for a jungle school tradition known as the Dog-X. Students pay $10 to enjoy the meal prepared and served by the instructors, which includes 2 hot dogs, chips, a Rice Krispies treat, and a drink.
Coke, Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, Sprite.
I want Mountain Dew because I want diabetes.
I want diabetes.
So like the wise you bring all those papers in, so they go to spot these things.
The only thing left is to get their jungle tabs. On a windy Friday morning at Schofield Barracks, friends, family, and colleagues gather to see the newest class of jungle-qualified soldiers.
On graduation day, you see a group of proud, confident soldiers who have that understanding for operating in a jungle, that they're able to go back to their units and be a force multiplier out there.
How do you feel, number one?
Good. I guess when I did the dog X yesterday, they told me number one usually is bad omen and they usually fail. So being number one and passing that, I think that brought some good luck to it.
It feels pretty good for it to be over, have some freedom back again. This weekend I get a 4-day right before we get back to work, get ready to go to the Philippines.
What's on your agenda for the rest of the day?
Well, after this, I'm probably gonna go home, take another shower. The wife's at work, the kids are at school, so I'll have the house to myself for a couple hours, just kind of relax before everything gets back to normal.
What are you wearing?
I know, yeah, lots of leis. It's a great Hawaii tradition. Everyone brings a lei when you graduate something or promote or something like that. So my platoon came out, my platoon sergeant had everyone give me a lei. Super sweet of him.
So what's up next for you?
Gonna go home, probably go to the beach later, hang out with my friends, check in with my platoon, stuff like that. Just see what I missed. Get out of the wind.
So what does it mean now that you got that?
It means that I gotta find something else to go do.
How do you feel about your dad?
I think he's pretty awesome. What do you think? Yeah, I think he's pretty cool.
So what's next for you for the rest of the day?
Well, honestly, I have a meeting at 1400 and then get ready to go back to the field with my men Monday.
This is an MQ-9 Reaper drone, easily distinguished from other aircraft by its opaque canopy. That's because the pilot sits here, even as this Reaper flies over the high plains of New Mexico. This portable container is called a Ground Control Station, or GCS, which can be up to 1,600 miles away from the drone. That's about the distance from New York City to Puerto Rico. Over the last 2 decades, the Reaper has completely changed the state of modern warfare.
The value that the MQ-9 provides is really unmatched with modern aircraft.
In 2020, a Reaper strike killed the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. But the Reaper's perceived effectiveness on the battlefield may have been overshadowed by the controversy it's caused. The biggest concern: civilian casualties.
While the U.S. military today acknowledged that a drone strike in Kabul they initially said killed an ISIS suicide bomber, in fact killed only civilians.
In 2021, as U.S. troops withdrew from Afghanistan, a Reaper was involved in a strike in Kabul that killed 10 civilians, including 7 children.
There appeared to be a threat. There was a white car that was traveling, looked like it was somebody who maybe belonged to ISIS, maybe had weapons, explosives in the trunk, so they fired. Turns out that it was a humanitarian worker actually working for a company that received US funding to help the Afghan people through humanitarian aid. And there were also civilians killed.
Air Force personnel we spoke to told us drone warfare keeps pilots safe by keeping them out of combat zones. But there are concerns about the decisions made by pilots operating the aircraft from hundreds of miles away, and some critics blame this distance for mistakes that have involved the Reaper in the past.
The emotional investment is not the same as if you are in a fixed-wing aircraft, meaning you are the pilot in a plane and looking down on that particular place. You might not have the cultural sensitivity, you might not be embedded with that community.
But the Air Force says processes intended to prevent mistakes do exist.
There's absolutely a process and really that soak and that study of an objective area to ensure that we're both going after the correct target and that we're both accounting for any collateral concerns that there may be with an objective area when there's the possibility of the employment of munitions on a specific target.
So what does it take to remotely fly the MQ-9 Reaper? And how are new pilots being trained to avoid harming innocent civilians? Military leaders began answering that question months after the incident in Kabul, when Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin directed the Pentagon to come up with a plan addressing civilian casualties in drone warfare in January 2022. The Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Action Plan was finalized in August 2022, and among other things, outlines where drone pilot training should be updated. Insider visited Cannon Air Force Base in Clovis, New Mexico, to see how pilots are being trained to fly this unmanned aircraft.
The Air Force has been operating remotely piloted aircraft for a couple decades now and a couple different versions.
Originally built for reconnaissance operations, the MQ-1 Predator was modified to fire missiles in 2001, and after September 11th, it was deployed to U.S. air bases near Afghanistan.
The MQ-9 Reaper was really the successor of the Predator with advanced capabilities, longer endurance, all around just a more capable aircraft that allows for that persistent ISR that the battlefield commanders so desperately need in order to increase their situational awareness and provide them with options for executing various mission sets.
These missions include gathering intelligence, surveillance, combat search and rescue, providing close air support, and precision strikes.
Welcome everybody to the ACE-39 brief today.
At 0530, the 12th Special Operations Squadron begins its training mission with a pre-flight briefing.
We have 4 echo loads on there for 309 pounds weight and then 3,514 pounds of gas. No ER take. So the weight's going to put us at about 9,600 pounds, so we're going to be good to take off today, just no touch and goes yet.
Reaper missions are split into 2 elements, or teams. First, the launch and recovery element.
Sunrise for the day is 6:22, so we could have birds and thermal crossover be a factor at takeoff time.
The pilot and sensor operator are responsible for working with the ground crew to get the Reaper safely in the air and headed toward the desired area.
We're just doing a launch directly to departure. We'll go to high key for departure, and then we'll head out the range and get to 16,000 feet.
Once the craft is in the air, controls are handed over via satellite control to a second crew known as the Mission Control Element. This crew handles the specific aspects of a mission's objectives. When the mission is complete, the controls are handed back to the Launch and Recovery Element, which is then responsible for landing the drone safely.
All right, cool. Brief complete.
The MQ-9 Reaper is really known for its persistence and its ability to loiter for long periods of time.
An aircraft's loiter time is the amount of time it can stay in the air before needing to refuel. And the Reaper can stay in the air for about 20 hours at a time. The MQ-9's ability to complete such long missions comes down to design. It has a 66-foot wingspan, nearly twice the length of its 36-foot body. When empty, the Reaper weighs only 4,900 pounds, which, combined with its long wings, is key to helping it stay in the air longer. The standard payload weight on a Reaper mission is 3,750 pounds, but with an extended range modification, the aircraft can take off weighing up to 11,700 pounds. It's propelled by a single 900 shaft horsepower turboprop engine. The Reaper can be outfitted with up to 8 laser-guided missiles, including air-to-ground Hellfires. The practice weapons seen here are only used during training. With no pilot on board, all of the visuals are captured by a state-of-the-art sensor. MQ-9 Reapers are equipped with Raytheon's multi-spectral targeting systems, which allow long-range surveillance, target acquisition, and tracking. And while the sensors are high-tech, questions remain about whether they can provide imagery that's clear enough for the crews to rely on to make life-or-death decisions.
One of the issues that has been brought up about the Kabul drone strike is that there was fuzzy footage. I don't know exactly what part that played in killing 10 civilians. Technology will always improve, and I'm hoping that that technology will improve in service of not just lethality for the target, which of course is the US military's interest, but also minimizing harm to civilians.
So this is our ground control station. We have 2 cockpits within this box. So it's a portable box. We can load it up on whatever plane we need to load onto and get it anywhere in the world. So we maintain the agile capabilities required of us these days. You'll see cables coming out the back that run along the ground to these towers. These are our ground data terminals. So when we're flying the aircraft in line of sight, this is the actual tower that facilitates that data link in the line of sight.
The Reaper has a range of about 1,150 miles from the GCS, and with an extended range modification can reach 1,611 miles.
All right, so this is one of our cockpits. We've got one on this side and one on the other side to maximize space. So traditionally with all Air Force aircraft, the pilot's gonna sit on the left side, and in our case, the sensor operator or our co-pilot sits on the right side. And we've got our heads-up display. It's off right now because we're not flying, but this is where you're actually gonna see all your feedback for what the plane's doing. So all that, the traditional physiological senses that you can't get in the MQ-9, you're going to see that here, and you have to learn how to interpret all that data with your eyes. So up here is our tracker map. So we can load all the maps of everywhere we're flying within the world. And then there's a lot of functionality on here. We can actually point and click at the any way where we want the plane to fly. We can actually put a loader right there, click there and say, like, I want you to orbit within 5 miles of this point, and the plane's autopilot will go do that. We call it a pre-programmed mission. But we manage all the functionality of the map on top on that tracker. It's usually just a pilot and sensor flying the plane, but if we need to get any extra folks into the cockpit to execute our mission, we can sit them here at any of these stations.
The Air Force says that one benefit of having a ground control station is the ability to bring in assistance that they can't have on a traditional aviation mission.
You know, with other planes, they can put a lot of people on the plane, but when the plane takes off, whoever's on there is on there.
If we're doing search and rescue, we could literally have a doctor come in and assess someone on the ground. We could have a survival expert in there if it's a combat search and rescue scenario.
After the pre-flight briefing, the crew and their instructors stepped to a large bay full of portable racks that resemble those inside the GCS.
So today we started off, we had to do a basic launch to hand over to the mission control element. Got our GCS prepared, got the aircraft turned on, checked to make sure all our data links were working. Got the engine turned on, and then we took off, flew around the pattern once on our way out to the range to go do the handover.
I'm gonna throw the speed lever up. Taxi mode is on. 83 clear for takeoff, runway 22, copy traffic.
Flaps are set, 10.4. I'm ready.
Cool, everyone ready? Yep. All right. Brakes are out, throttle full forward. 83, rolling. 84. Rotate. Climbing on 1.
In undergraduate flying training, when we're learning how to fly, it's a very physiological force. You learn to feel what the plane's doing through the various sensories. Like, you can smell stuff if something's not right. You can feel the G-force hitting your rear end if you're pulling G's. You can't do that in our plane because we're flying at 0 G's, we call it. So we learn how to feel the plane with our eyes. So we have everything in our heads-up display right there, and our tracker display, and get some engineering information down below. But you learn how to interpret all the data coming in through your HUD to feel what your plane's doing that you can't actually feel physiologically with the rest of your body.
Turbulence is a difficult one because all you can see is the plane rocking up and down in relation to the horizon of what you see in front of you on the camera. So you have to monitor the airspeed of the aircraft and what it actually looks like when it's moving.
After successfully getting the Reaper into the air, the launch and recovery element has time to perform a high-stakes training mission at the range.
We simulated having a Hellfire on the wing of the aircraft, and we found a target to engage with.
Building under your crosshairs. 1-3 Sierra Foxtrot Tango 131980. Your mark. Friendly's no factor. Egress back out the wheel for reattacks. Say and ready remarks restrictions. Hades ready. Sorry, the fusing is strange with the Echo 11. That's what's going on here.
We got an opportunity to troubleshoot some stuff today. We had a missile that wasn't working properly that our pilot got a chance to experience, which was kind of something you don't get to do every day. It's not awesome, but it's good training for our launch and recovery pilots.
You're going to want to go to your status. So it just said failed verification. Then you'll go to station status.
We in this role, we have to be ready to go land a plane that's broken all sorts of different ways, and we have to be as best prepared as we can to go do that.
For target, it's the building under the crosshair for aim point. Top in the middle of the building works for aim. We've got call in with rifle and time of flight. Plan here is to do it just from the wheel, and for shift it's per the JTAC, and clearance on final, and egress will be to the wheel. All right, we're looking at 8 kilometers out right now. Time of flight is 32 seconds. All right, you ready?
Ready.
Here we go. Consent. Trigger.
Before firing the missile, the pilot must get consent.
There's crew coordination that occurs, and that there is that consent between the operators of the aircraft and the tactical controllers of the aircraft that what it is that we're actioning is in fact the appropriate and accurate objective.
Simulated splash. You see a big effect. Terminate, laser, terminate. Master arm safe.
First and foremost, there's no warm body in the cockpit, right? So whenever we need to go into a high threat mission area, then we can send our plane in there without risk of losing our bodies, right? So we don't have any risk of losing a pilot, which that helps the decision makers a lot.
If you're a military commander, you don't want your men and women in harm's way. Drones can be very precise, very accurate. They can hit the target if you have the right information about that target, and sometimes they can minimize civilian harm.
But under international law and the Geneva Conventions, civilian casualties can be legal.
It has to be proportionate to the military target. You have to distinguish between civilians and combatants. And you can't just willy-nilly cause civilian harm. In addition, you don't have to recognize the civilian harm that you cause. You don't have to make an apology. You don't have to say, here's why that happened. These are things that the US military has learned over time that it needs to do. And that's what we're hoping to see in the future.
And though these things aren't required by international law, the Pentagon's 2022 Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Action Plan includes official acknowledgement of harm, cases for civilian compensation, and preventative measures to stop future mistakes.
We see it as our moral imperative to make sure that we're providing the absolute highest standard of training to ensure that aircrew members who find themselves in situations of increased collateral are equipped with the tools and resources and training to ensure that we're mitigating any civilian casualty to the maximum extent possible.
And though removing drone pilots from conflict zones can limit physical harm to airmen, these pilots still deal with the impacts of war, like post-traumatic stress disorder.
They're not robots. It is a very emotional thing to be a pilot and get back from Afghanistan and go to dinner with your family and your kids, and they're deciding whether to shoot or not shoot. And that comes with an incredible burden, an incredible emotional burden.
And once we're done terminating, now you're going to reload the weapons for the handover.
With every military mission, there's a moral imperative to make sure that you're the best you can be at your job. We take pride in our ability to do the full mission over here as launch and recovery pilots, but also maintaining the proficiencies and the currencies for the weapons as well.
Despite its complicated past, the MQ-9 Reaper continues to be a key military asset.
Yeah, as we're moving away from some of our previous theaters of conflict, MQ-9 is still bringing that persistence to various theaters and various parts of the globe. It's also allowing us to contribute to the mission of integrated deterrence for any would-be adversaries or competitors in the various spaces around the world where where there are competing and conflicting resources and priorities for objectives, security objectives.
The Reaper continues to make headlines. In July 2023, a U.S.-operated Reaper killed Islamic State group leader Usama al-Muhajir. And 4 months earlier, a Russian fighter jet collided with a Reaper over Syria, causing the drone to crash.
Why are you smiling? What is funny? Heels on the line. Heels on the line. Heels on the line. Do not get that close to me. Heels on the line. Heels on the line. Go.
On a blistering Saturday in August, 759 new freshmen, or knobs, arrived at the Citadel in Charleston, South Carolina for Matriculation Day. A few weeks later, only 683 would remain. The atmosphere created by Citadel cadets is described as artificial stress.
Go, get out of my face.
And the tone is set immediately upon stepping into the barracks.
Seawint, write your Seawint. Find your name, find your name, find your name, find your name. Where is it, where is it, where is it?
But 76 students, about 10% of the knobs who show up on day one, won't be here for more than a few weeks before walking away from the school. Citadel freshmen are referred to as knobs because of the resemblance their freshly shaved heads share with a doorknob. It's one of the first steps on their journey toward joining the South Carolina Corps of Cadets at one of the nation's oldest military colleges. Matriculation Day kicks off a 7-month period known as Knob Year. A time filled with rigorous physical and mental challenges, finally ending with Recognition Day the following March, when the knobs officially become cadets.
The mission of the Citadel is to educate and develop cadets to become principled leaders.
Citadel cadets are not obligated to serve in the armed forces after graduation, and only about a third join the military ranks. So why do these young people choose this for their college experience?
Why did you choose the Citadel?
I chose the Citadel because I wanted to challenge myself. It will push me past what I thought were my limits.
I knew that if I went to a different school, I'd probably slack off and not do what I was supposed to do.
I really enjoy military and structure.
For some people, especially like myself, it's easier, if people are telling you what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
My name is Hirefumi Matsuda. I'm from California.
So why are you at the Citadel?
So it's my dream to come to the East Coast for the college, and also I wanted to join the Army for a long time, so it was a great opportunity to come here.
Man, when that golf cart driver comes to pick you up, hand him that blue card, please.
So I saw your mom. What was it like saying goodbye to her?
We had just a frank goodbye, and my mom was like, "I'm worried about you, but you got it." And
next! Come on, let's go!
Today, about 25% of Citadel cadets are from underrepresented groups, a percentage that's continued to grow since the school racially integrated in 1966. But as some of the school's characteristics appear to evolve, others remain rooted in its past, one the school itself acknowledges has deep ties to slavery and the Confederacy. This placard honoring the Confederate General Robert E. Lee remains in the barracks. A Confederate flag hangs in the Citadel's chapel, protected by South Carolina's Heritage Act despite protests from school officials and alumni. And for decades, the school has been scrutinized because of allegations of racism, sexism, and hazing.
Racism, misogyny, discrimination of any kind is completely incompatible with our core values of honor, duty, and respect. And the sanction for hazing is expulsion.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
We went inside day one for the new knob class.
Do you need water? Sir, no, sir.
While the Citadel continues to wrestle with its past, we saw some cadets trying, in real time, to change its future.
Morning, ma'am. Welcome to the Citadel. Can I have your cadet recruit's ID, please? You'll be headed to 3rd Battalion. You go right there and hang a right. Morning, sir. Welcome to the Citadel.
Each knob is assigned to a company. And after checking in, they head to their new home, the barracks.
Hurry up! Stop lollygagging.
Don't take forever. Stop right here. Face straight ahead. See that clerk over there? Yes, sir. You will say ma'am, yes, ma'am, or ma'am, no, ma'am when addressing her. Put your heels and toes together like this. Toes apart at 45-degree angle, as I was. You will go up to her and you will address her as ma'am, yes, ma'am, or ma'am, no, ma'am. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
When addressing a male cadet, you will say sir, yes, sir, or so, no, sir. Do you understand?
Sir, yes, sir.
Go. Hurry up. Walk faster.
They're met and instructed by upperclassmen like sophomore cadet John Morton, who only a year ago was just beginning his knob year.
Are you glad you're on the other side of this after last year?
Absolutely, sir. It's a whole new experience and it feels really nice. It definitely, opens your eyes up to more of how this place works. Stop right here in the center of the square. Let's go. Come on, move. Your stand, position of attention. Hands by your side, heels together, toes at a 45-degree angle. I'm going to send you that clerk right over there. You're going to do everything she tells you to do. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Go.
No, it's a whole new experience, and it's definitely, I want to say better, but it's also more challenging because it has its own requirements to it and its own, trials.
Come on, hurry up. Let's go.
That is your key. Do not leave this table without it. Take a black pen, fill in the columns to the right of your name. Go.
Yes, sir.
What is matriculation? What's happening here at the Citadel today?
So today the knobs or cadet recruits are coming in for the very first time. They're getting checked in. They're moving all the things that they have up to their room, and it's basically just the introduction day to the system.
Button your polo up. What company are you?
Alpha Man.
Ma'am, Alpha Man. There's no two-word answers here anymore, all right? What company are you?
Delta Company, ma'am.
Ma'am, Delta Man.
Ma'am, Delta, ma'am.
Go.
Yes, ma'am.
Showed up in slides. Put your heels together, 45-degree angle, right? What company are you?
They did not tell me.
Go back.
Showing up in slides is not.
No, you're supposed to show up in sneakers.
So, you were in their shoes last year.
Yep. I knobbed in Charlie Company, so.
What's it like being on this side?
It's interesting. It's very polarizing because I can exactly feel the exact same of dread that they had today, but now I'm on the opposing end causing that dread, if that makes sense. So. Walk faster. What company are you?
Alpha.
Ma'am, Alpha, ma'am. You're not going to say one-word answers anymore. Are you all right?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Go. Nope. Will you ever get that close to me? Heels on the line.
You're like kind of the first or second person they see. Like, what's your sort of goal here with the way you talk to them and everything?
Intentionally, I mean, the school causes conditioned stress in a sense, so like you want them to introduce them to that system already, and kind of like we're introducing them to like ma'am sandwiching, sir sandwiching, so that way they know how to correctly address the upperclassmen and create a sense of like how to walk in this battalion, how to do what to do. But heels on the line. What company are you?
B company.
Bravo. Ma'am, bravo, ma'am.
Ma'am, bravo.
Go. But in a sense, we call it artificial stress, but I mean, they do feel real stress, but it's in a set environment, if that makes sense. So.
Look straight ahead. I'm going to send you that female clerk right over there. You'll say ma'am, yes, ma'am, or ma'am, no, ma'am when addressing her. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
For over 150 years, the Citadel was male only. Females weren't able to matriculate until 1995. The first female student, Shannon Faulkner, quit after only 1 week at the college, a decision that was openly celebrated by some male cadets. The first female cadet to graduate from the Citadel was Nancy Mace, who got her diploma in 1999. She now serves as a Republican congresswoman representing South Carolina.
Over there. Go. Move.
Today, about 13% of Citadel cadets are female.
You checked in at the wrong table, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Write 1460 in marker on the back of your hand.
As a female cadet, do you feel like this is a safe and inclusive place?
I do. When I was a knob, my upperclassmen were extremely professional. If a certain situation felt like it needed specific attention, then maybe a female upperclassman was called over to deal with it or something like that. There's definitely a lot of training that goes on with the cadre and the leadership. Everyone should be treated equally, but at the same time, there's a whole lot of difference when it comes to the females and males and the fact that there's so much less of us. To me, you're a cadet. If I go to my female knobs and I tell them what I expect of them, exactly the same as the males, there's no question there that everyone's a cadet. If I were to change the standards, or if my leadership were to change the standards, we would only be making it worse. We would only be separating them more. So I try to stay away from that.
Sir, gas is recording.
Get back. Stop smiling. Stop it. Do you know where you're at, son? You're at the Citadel, at the Military College of South Carolina, the hardest military academy in the nation. You understand? No place for jokes. Find your name on this sheet. I do not have all day with you, Gaskins. Find it right now. Find it right now. Look through. Gaskins, find your name. Find your name. 1418, find your name. Where is it? Sign right here. Get your pen. Sign right there. Seawit. Put your Seawit. Sign your name. Put AUG 12.
The Knobs report to their company's first sergeant,
Write it. Stop wondering, just write it.
who confiscates their cell phones, gives them their room keys, and sends them on their way.
Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna go to that table over there. You can grab everything they issue you at that table. Then you're gonna go to your room, drop that off. Go to your car. Then from your car, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go from your car up to your room, change in the Citadel PTs, and wait for further instruction. Do you understand?
Yes, First Sergeant.
Fly away. At this point, we're giving a certain amount of artificial stress to them, just so they can get that shock and awe factor. We'll get them in their rooms, get them to lunch. We'll have a rough day, but a good one.
You remember 2 years ago what it was like for you to be on the other side of the table?
It was terrifying. But I would not be the same person if it was not for this school. While this process can be tough and challenging and grueling, it's really necessary for these kids. I mean, I've seen people come through here who I thought would never make it, maybe at first glance, end up being the biggest studs in their company.
Don't look at me. Or glance in your eyes over here. What size robe?
Medium, sir.
Sir, medium, sir.
Whenever you're ready. I think that haircut actually might make you look better. Open this up.
That is disgusting.
Upperclassmen issue PT or physical training uniforms to the Knobs.
You can put this in there when you're ready.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, thank you, sir.
I'm not your friend. Do not say thank you to me. Excited for your haircut today?
Sir, yes, sir.
I sure am. Open that up.
Sir, yes, sir.
I think you might want to be a motivational speaker the way you freaking sound off. You motivate me. You forget your belt this morning?
Yes, sir.
Man.
Don't look at it.
Did I say grab it?
No, sir.
How about you grab it now? Sir, yes, sir, right?
Sir, yes, sir.
Man, you got this figured out.
So what kind of dynamic are you trying to create here?
Trying to introduce them to the system. You kind of you want to razzle them a little bit so they're under that stress now, so they actually can perform. And they're under a lot of stress. They actually have somewhat of a, they're still I guess, able to think a little bit. Where are you looking? They have no idea what's right, so just tell them what they're doing wrong, and hopefully they learn how to fix it.
To the Citadel, famed military college in Charleston, South Carolina, go sons of the South's first families. In this West Point of Dixie, the young gentleman is raised in the traditions of his forefathers.
According to the Citadel's own website, the college was founded in 1842 to defend the city of Charleston against a potential slave insurrection. Slaves, in fact, labored at the Citadel, where during the 19th century, some cadets and faculty members reportedly owned slaves as well. It's widely believed that the first shot in the American Civil War was fired by a Citadel graduate fighting for the South during the Battle of Fort Sumter in 1861. More than a century later, the first black cadet matriculated at the Citadel in 1966.
A former Citadel cadet has sued the school. Hazing, beatings, and repeated trips to the hospital.
For decades, the school has been plagued by allegations of racism and hazing. In January of 2023, Charleston newspaper The Post and Courier published a story citing conversations with 36 current and former Citadel cadets and employees who described instances of cadets using the N-word and hanging racist effigies, along with a football coach who used the word monkey to describe a black player. According to the Citadel, about 7% of cadets identify as black, and about 18% identify as part of other underrepresented groups.
We're still working to get the number of underrepresented students here where we want it. That number has increased significantly since I was a cadet.
You wear the ring.
I do.
The Citadel's Chief Inclusive Excellence Officer, Robert Pickering, graduated from the college in 1994.
Would you say that the Citadel is an inclusive place?
I would say that it is, and I'm speaking from somebody who had that experience as a cadet and who's worked here for 28 years. I see that every year we're moving closer and closer to get to where we want to be in terms of inclusive excellence.
What was your experience as a black man at the Citadel in 1990, through that lens?
Yes. So not many African American students on campus, so we were a close-knit group. We needed that bond. I was fortunate enough to grow up here in Charleston. My father told me who Charles Foster was, so I knew who the first African American graduate was when I was a cadet. And in my mind, I'd say, well, if Charles Foster can make it, you know, coming here in 1966, I can definitely make it coming here in 1990. And having been here now for quite a while, I have the ability now to mentor and support students as they come through as well.
Battalion, receive the report.
Today, a new generation of black cadets serve as leaders in the Corps.
So being here as an African American student is just like any other cadet. You know, it is a shock at first. You know, I'm coming to a predominantly white school. But I think it is very, very important that we get more cadets on campus to expose our diversity. Don't think that, you know, you're going to come here and going to get harassed or going to get bothered with. Just about everybody here is, you know, everybody here is, we're a family, or at least, you know, we try to form those families and those bonds. There's always people here to support you.
Have a seat. Somebody move your move. Should not be standing up. Oh, yeah, you still do. Act like you ain't never cut no hair before.
Go ahead and take a tape with your tape.
Keep going, keep going, keep going.
All right.
Why'd you come here?
For a challenge, sir.
For a challenge. Okay. Cool. Go through the door, go upstairs.
How'd you pull this gig?
I just got randomly selected, sir. Yep.
What are you doing exactly?
I'm just swiping the knobs heads down, and then as I do that, I sort of just ask them why they came here. Sort of, some knobs don't even know the reason why they come here. I kind of want to give them an opportunity to sort of tell me that, so they can sort of ask themselves that, you know, and then they can reinforce that in their head, so they can continue on.
What are you using? What's in there?
Just sea breeze. Yeah. From what I remember, this kind of stings a little bit, so yeah. All right, go to the door, go upstairs. 日本語喋れますか？次、頭下げて、体全部動かして、360度。Keep going, keep going. 日本人。どのカンパニー？4つ目のカンパニー。英語ではFourth company。いや、デルタ。こっち？デルタ。じゃあ、行って階段戻って。
Hey, what language were you speaking just now?
That was Japanese. You know, I can speak a little bit of Japanese, so I just wanted to, you know, show that there's sort of like cultural here. You know, it's pretty cool. I kind of just guessed he was Japanese though, so yeah.
You think that probably gave him some comfort?
Definitely. I know I have a South Korean knob in my company, and I definitely feel like, you know, there's Asian culture in the company. You know, it's better to show them that, make them feel more at home. So definitely.
What did that mean to you to have someone speak to you in Japanese here at the Citadel?
Well, it kind of breaks my nerve because it's a familiar language that I speak with my family. I feel very safe and familiar.
So did that make you feel better?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right. Thank you so much for your time and good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Core values pop up. Sir, the Citadel's core values are honor, duty, and respect. Sir. Again. Sir, the Citadel's core values are honor, duty, and respect. Sir.
According to the Citadel, Matsuda is no longer enrolled at the school, and it wouldn't offer any further explanation as to why he left. He's one of 76 knobs who showed up for matriculation day, but have since left.
Sometimes you may think you may want something or like something and then realize that it's just not your passion. Sometimes we feel like quitting. Everybody has those days, but the thing we like to refer to is our why. We want people to remember that why. Why did you come here? You came here for a reason and you are here for that. Remember that when you feel like you're going to quit, whether that be family, whether that be your future. Usually the people that don't tend to finish out, they just find their other passions in life.
You need socks? Sir, no, sir. You sure? Sir, yes, sir. Go to the corner of the room. Step up.
The knobs head to the cadet store to pick up the different uniforms they'll need for the school year.
23 and a half
758.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. You got me?
Sir, good afternoon.
Can you come here and step right here, please?
That's where we saw one upperclassman who was addressing the knobs in a manner we had not yet seen.
How are you?
Sir, good, sir.
Are you sure?
Sir, yes, sir.
Is it hot?
Sir, yes, sir.
Do you need water?
Sir, no, sir.
How you doing?
Sir, this cadet's doing great, sir.
Great. I like your hair.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Oh my lord, it's hot. Are you hot? Are you bald?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, don't smile when you get in there. Yeah, you got hair all over your face.
You got more hair on your face than your head right now.
Permission to touch?
Sure, no, sir.
All right. You'll be okay, man. Get in there.
So you're being kind of particularly kind to them as they come in.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
It's just who I am. I didn't have a good experience my knob year, so it's just like if I get to change the environment and climate, which is what we really learned during our preparation for this week, it'll help. It's the expectation that if I get hazed or if something happens, I'll walk 100 tours, which I did, is that the expectation is that I'm gonna do that to someone else, right? And so that's not who I am, that's not how I was raised, it's not what I grew up with, so it's just always gonna be kind and respectful to everybody, no matter what age they are. Like my best friend was a knob last year, and it's just unfair to me, you know?
Right. So are they about to have a tough few days?
Yes, sir. I'll be there for them.
For these knobs, with matriculation day behind them, they've taken their first step in the grueling journey they must endure before officially joining the Corps of Cadets.
Hey, we got a gunshot.
GSW chest.
Where?
RTO's down. GSW chest.
Left.
What's the injury?
This is a recreation of a battalion aid station. The first place where soldiers injured in combat might be transferred to receive medical care. And while all the injuries you see here are simulated on dummies or fellow trainees, the main element this training recreates is the stress of being a combat medic in the field.
You're tired, you're working all day, every day, it's hot outside. It's just kind of relentless after a while. You just gotta keep motivated.
The most difficult part for everybody would be the sleep deprivation.
Dealing with that stress is the biggest obstacle for these future combat medics. After basic and 15 more weeks of medical training, trainees find themselves here in the 8-day final test called the field training exercise, where they'll have to be ready to use everything they've learned.
There's a reason why this course is so intense. It's because we're trying to prepare them for the rigors of battle. Without that little bit of stress every day, they're not going to be prepared for actual combat.
The culminating field training exercise consists of 3 parts.
Hey, talk to us.
Dismounted patrol,
We need to maintain pressure on this exit wound. Let's
a
go.
battalion aid station,
Once he gets blood, I'm sure respiratory rate will drop.
and prolonged casualty care. Because combat medics are trained like any other Army soldier, during dismounted patrol, students are tasked with a tactical mission where they'll eventually come upon wounded soldiers.
Push up.
You need to push forward.
On your feet. Push up. Push up. On your feet. Push up. Push up. Push up.
And react accordingly to any threats that arise.
During large-scale combat operations, they're going to have to know how to move thoroughly and how to maneuver properly in order to save lives.
Nugent!
What?
Come here.
Hey, secure this scene.
When the students come upon a casualty, the first thing they have to do is determine what type of care to give.
Medic!
Something they learn to assess in the second phase of training, which is focused on casualty combat care.
I need a medic!
So you're gonna open up their gear, open up their top all the way down to the brown t-shirt.
We start teaching it this early in the course because there's so much that goes into it, they need a lot of time to practice.
Controlled casualty assessments, or CCAs, are a process that combat medics use to assess trauma casualties.
Hurry up and get down here!
So we start with them care under fire. They go out there, get fire superiority, make sure there's no obvious bleeding on the arms or the legs. If there is, they put a tourniquet on and they drag them what we call off the X. They drag them off the X and into tactical field care. Let's go, get off the X!
When assessing a casualty, students are taught to follow the mnemonic device, MARCH, which stands for massive hemorrhage, airway, respiration, circulation, and hypothermia.
You're gonna start with your blood sweep. If I see blood, I'll pack it.
They start with a blood sweep from the neck all the way down to make sure they control the bleeding.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Then they go to airway, making sure that their airway is open. And then they go down to respiration, so they open up all their gear, look at the chest wall, and make sure there's no holes there.
For holes all the way down.
Look at the back, make sure there's no injuries over there. They move on to circulation, make sure that they have a pulse, what we call radial pulse, or down there in their wrist. And they go down to hypothermia, so we're always making sure that we keep our casualties warm, so we wrap them up in a blanket. And then we move into tactical evacuation care.
At this time, the medic should be at the head of the litter. The security should be at the foot. And you're getting ready to take your casualty to the HLZ.
Then they're just reassessing at that point, making sure that all the interventions that they have done are still working. They'll start giving pain medications if they need it, antibiotics if the casualty needs it, while we're waiting for the bird or the vehicle to come get the casualty out of there.
Actually seeing somebody getting hurt in combat is extremely stressful. But if you have that muscle memory, because you've done this skill over and over and over again, it's like tying your shoes. You don't have to think about tying your shoes, you just do it.
I need y'all to
Hey,
get
what
the
are you
CCP set up now.
In the perimeter.
Come on, Louis. Yes,
I'm pretty sure they're tired, they're stressed out, they want to fight each other, they want to be in the comfort of their own homes. But again, it's training, retrain to fight, and this is what we do.
Once the students stabilize their patients, they evacuate them to safety and to receive further treatment. When casualties are evacuated from combat, they're taken to a battalion aid station, the second portion of the field training exercise.
Sir, can we get pulse and SpO2, please?
So they're expected to triage casualties, get them into the aid station, get them treated by doing their combat casualty assessment and treating any life-threatening injuries, and get them stabilized to move to the next highest level of care.
They can't feel your radio pulse. We can't feel his radio pulse because we got. So we're gonna have to do IO.
We throw all kinds of different patients. We start out with sick call patients, patients with normal everyday illnesses or injuries. We see trauma patients from amputations to gunshot wounds to abdominal evisceration.
It's gonna be 1 milligram. So we're gonna give her 100 off the bat.
They are pretty physically tested. They just get bombarded with patients sometimes, and it's exhausting. And then after a few days, or even after the 12 hours that they're on shift, or 16 hours that they're on shift, they just get tired.
All right, he's got abdominal evisceration and left leg amputation.
We're working on 4 to 5 hours of sleep a night, if that, because in a realistic world, medics will not have that much sleep because we're going to have patients nonstop.
The patients students treat in this portion of the field exercise are represented by these high-fidelity mannequins that trainees first encountered earlier in their training.
Do I have pressure yet?
Nope. Yeah, for a millisecond.
We teach them how to be able to pack junctional bleeds, how to put on tourniquets. But with these mannequins here, they're able to see, okay, here's how tight I need to have a tourniquet, how much pressure I need to hold into packing a junctional wound.
Once it's pretty much packed, that's when you pile the rest in, and your body weight, so medics, your body weight is what's gonna help you. You do not, if you're just over here like this, it's gonna keep bleeding.
The mannequins the students work with are able to move, breathe, and bleed, and even offer real-time feedback.
So that controller shows all the vitals of the casualties. Once they start packing a wound, it shows if they're holding enough pressure to be able to stop that bleed. If they're putting on a tourniquet, it shows if they're having enough pressure on that tourniquet to be able to stop that bleed.
All right, bleeding control. Extremities.
Once we were able to give them that real-time feedback, they know, all right, that's how much pressure I need to apply every time. This is exactly what I need to do to actually save a life on combat environment.
Working with these mannequins is very interesting. They act very much like a real person, so it can be a little bit intimidating when you first come up to one, because it is our first time really working with something like this, as opposed to just having, somebody else just laying on the ground and you're just sort of going through the motions. It makes it a lot more real.
Get his armor off.
Training gets even more realistic when students are put through a simulated combat scenario in which they have to find and treat their assigned casualty within a certain amount of time. Doing so in near total darkness and surrounded by the sounds of battle.
It's important for the soldier medics to be put under these stressors because they're not always going to be put in ideal situations when having to apply these interventions.
It was a pretty stressful environment coming in. There was a lot of flashing lights, and it was pretty dark and very loud. Simulated very much a real combat environment.
Put his arm up and over. Ready? Arm up and over. Arm up and over.
When trainees approach a mannequin, they perform a casualty assessment, following the march procedure they learned earlier in training, and work to stop any bleeding as quickly as possible.
Hurry up, move quickly.
All while instructors monitor from eyes in the sky.
In my control room, I'm able to see what everybody's doing. If you were to look around, you see that I have 16 cameras throughout my lab, so I can actually direct them right on to where my casualties are, so I can actually get a better view.
The mannequins also send real-time vital signs information to instructors so they can monitor the students' performance.
I'll be able to see their heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, their end-tidal CO2s. It'll show me that they're still bleeding. It'll show me whether the bleeding is controlled and the time that it was controlled. This one here, they've been maintaining pressure, so they've almost got the bleeding controlled because they've been holding it for 3 minutes. This one's close, but that one didn't make it. He died on it. He bled out.
How long was he bleeding from femoral artery?
About 2 minutes.
No, like 7 minutes. Till almost the end of your assessment. Your patient died. And then he stopped bleeding.
I take notes as I'm doing it, so that way when I do a debriefing, I can actually come out and tell them, like, hey, your patient died at this time. This is what they died from.
The mistakes students make at this point will act as valuable lessons as they move on through their training.
How much blood do you think collected up in here, and then while you're putting pressure, squeezed out of it? A lot, right? You think that's enough to kill this guy? Enough blood loss to kill this guy? Yeah.
I didn't know they were going to bleed that much. What was really hard about it was actually putting the amount of pressure to stop the bleeding. So assessing bleeding control is super important.
I think the big thing was communication, right? When you guys first came in, you were both working on the same injury at the same time, right? There's multiple medics, so you can work on multiple injuries, right? Just communicate, make sure you're on the same page, make sure you're doing multiple things.
Teamwork is extremely important. It's important to stay calm and be able to communicate what you need done for the patient with your partner to make sure that everybody's on the same page and everybody's sticking to life-saving measures that need to be taken.
They're taught in the whiskey portion of the program to treat patients as one person, and we teach them here in the aid station it's not just one person, it's a team effort where you're treating one injury and I'll treat the other injury, or you're getting vital signs and I'm giving an IV.
Go for it. We got the patient. We got to start wrapping that axillary. Go!
The third block of the field training exercise is the prolonged casualty care lane, where students perform more advanced procedures and have to care for patients for an extended period of time.
Is this bag with the Y tubing for blood, get it ready for blood?
Instead of having medical evacuation assets available to you in the next hour or 2 hours, we want them to start thinking, I've done this, and then what? So if evacuation is delayed for 1 hour or 2 hours or a day or 2 days, it's asking, what else can I do for this patient?
I don't have rise and fall from this side of the chest.
Okay,
So
give it a minute. This isn't going to be simultaneous. We're not going to seal it, and then he's going to start breathing again.
We have a patient that is brought in from patrol. They may or may not have all their injuries substantially taken care of, so therefore they're brought to us. We have to package them, get any life-saving interventions going through a specific algorithm. We're doing it under a high-stress environment, low light, simulating an area that is far away from home. Supplies may be limited, manpower may be limited, and you have to do everything you can and meet your evac time.
So, 140, blood pressure 140 over 70.
High-fidelity mannequins are again used, and they offer real-time feedback on their vital signs.
Are his eyes moving? Is he responding to light?
Yeah, they're diluted, or
Is he responding to light, yes or no?
You have someone that's on the head that's usually your lead person. They are the one calling the shots, calling the movements, repeating back what they need, if they need any interventions, any medications.
All right, give me another roll. Another roll?
Another roll.
Another roll, come back off.
And then after that, you will have people on each side, designated spots of the body, left upper hemisphere, left lower hemisphere, that type of thing. Overall, it just creates for a better teamwork environment.
You got what looks like a laceration abrasion on the left hip. Yes. Left hip front. Hey, and then another laceration left thigh.
Students will spend around 4 hours treating each patient using techniques and procedures they learned during the first phase of their training. They get an introduction to emergency medicine early on in training as part of becoming EMT certified.
Challenges that students face in this portion of student training is a fire hose of information tasked with skills that they're performing for the first time. So that high stakes testing and situation that they're in really provides them with a very good backbone for the future of their medical careers.
In one swift motion, a stab till you hear the click. One.
They throw a lot at you, so it's a lot of memorization and just being able to think critically and think quickly and be effective.
Sir, please go ahead and stop chest compressions. We'll go ahead and assess carotid pulse and breathing.
It all leads up to the NREMT exam, a two-part certification process that all students must complete before moving on with their training.
It represents a national standard of excellence, and we ask the same thing for our healthcare providers, our doctors, our nurses. All of them have to meet national standards and board certification, and we require our medics to have that same standard.
And you are going to inflate the balloon, all 10 milliliters of air. The injuries that we're teaching them to treat would be anything that interferes with the movement of air in and out of the body. Whether that be that they inhaled superheated air or they have some sort of maxillofacial trauma, we teach them to mitigate or even bypass that oropharynx so that air can still move into the lungs.
2005. Ventilate.
During the field training exercise, students need to know several procedures for treating injuries to a patient's airway. And one of the more complicated procedures future combat medics learn is how to perform the cricothyrotomy, which might be required if a soldier sustains an injury to the face or lungs.
Scalpel. Sharps!
Students first practice performing a cricothyrotomy on a mannequin before moving on to real tissue in the form of a pig trachea.
All right, we're gonna put it, nope, you want it to go in this way, right? Because we're trying to go this way.
I really enjoyed the pig because it was like an actual, trachea and stuff. So I got to feel how a real one, like the anatomy feels.
Feel that roll into the trachea. You're trying to push down. Don't push down because that's why you're not getting air.
What we're doing right now is just giving them tools and skills, and then later on when they do their field training exercise, they will actually have them start thinking outside of the box. What kind of things do you do when you don't have that surgical cric? How are you going to maintain that airway and get that oxygenation level back up?
And he's going to keep rocking that bag.
One of the final procedures students learn in training is also one of the newest additions to the program: how to perform an autologous blood transfusion.
A situation a student may find themselves in an operational setting where they might need to administer fresh whole blood is a patient that's hemorrhaging and has lost a significant portion of blood and is in hypovolemic shock or hemorrhagic shock. And what we're going to do is we're going to return that blood product back into them, preferably fresh whole blood, in order to get return of radial pulses and get them into a normotensive status.
So I'm going to go right here, and we go right here.
After several lectures, the students observe an instructor demonstration before practicing on a training simulator.
So I think initially they definitely have some butterflies, but once they see the instructors do it, you see the arms behind us, they get to practice on the arms before they practice on a live patient. I think that kind of fades away, and I think they're excited.
Finally, the students practice performing the procedure on each other.
It was nerve-wracking. I was doing it on a friend of mine, and I just kept thinking, man, it'd be really awkward if I did something wrong. I mean, how did you talk about that? Bring that up afterwards, like, hey, I'm totally sorry, I forgot to tie off the blood bag, but it's cool.
In my head, I was just like, please don't kill her, please don't kill her. I was just trying to make sure, like, I got everything precise. At the end of the day, I got it, didn't lose any extra blood. She was fine, and it went well.
When you're doing blood transfusions, you have to make sure that you're watching their vitals. You have to continuously stay on top of it. There's a lot of moving parts to it that need to be done simultaneously and continuously.
Did you ever think you'd be capable of performing a blood transfusion?
No, not at all. Especially when I was doing it, I kept thinking of everything I could possibly do to do it wrong. I'm like, maybe I'll do this and this will be wrong. So I never thought I'd be capable of doing it, but once I did, just kind of smooth sailing from there.
As soon as he plugs that in, let's go.
In the culminating field training exercise, students don't know which of the procedures they'll have to use. which is why they have to be prepared for all the ones they've learned in training.
There's an expectation that they're going to stumble a bit, but as long as we can watch that group and watch them kind of think through the problem and start looking around their setting and being like, what other tools do I have available that I can use to help this patient along? And if I don't have exactly what I need, what can I do to kind of make that happen?
Need a 10cc flush.
When did you throw that tourniquet on?
Tourniquet was on probably 5 minutes ago.
For me, it literally just draws me in. I'm focused on what I need to do. What's going on right there in front of me is what needs to be done. So for me, I'm at home.
In my opinion, they view this as the best part of their training. They actually get to see what they've learned in the classroom actually get put into action.
I feel really accomplished. It's been hard, but it's been really rewarding too. It's just crazy to think that I made it this far, and I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of all my battle buddies, and we're all doing really well.
After surviving the field training exercise, the students depart from Camp Bullis with a 4-mile ruck march at sunrise, symbolizing the end of their training. Most of the graduates will return to their home station, either in the National Guard or the Army Reserve. The rest will be assigned to their next post in the active duty force.
When you look at the future operating environment and what that beholds with near-peer adversaries and a higher op-tempo environment, an environment that will require prolonged field care in some cases. Army medics, the training that is conducted with them is far greater and more impactful than it ever has been.
Life is finite, and you don't always know if you're guaranteed tomorrow. You may go out on a patrol one day, nothing happened. You go on a patrol the next day, you're getting shot at, you're taking casualties, and your battle buddy's relying on you. And no matter what, you're gonna do what you can to get your battle buddy home.
Unknown age, military male, back in the building.
Hands over your head! Down! Everybody's back!
These Air Force commandos are participating in a training exercise where they are apprehending an individual who has opened fire on a makeshift village.
Push here. Team 1, Fox here here. Moving to you.
They belong to a team known as DAGRE, which stands for Deployed Aircraft Ground Response Element. It's an elite special operations security team in the Air Force, tasked with securing locations on the ground from possible enemies, surveying airfields for danger, and escorting VIPs.
Think of it like an onion, right? Security is in layers. We are that outermost layer for whatever team or asset is deemed needing security. So we look out so others can look in.
Last man. Push, go.
DAGRE team members fall under the Air Commando umbrella.
Air Commando is the nickname for Air Force Special Operations Command. It goes back to our lineage into Vietnam and even preceding that into World War II.
DAGRE members are a special class of commandos that was created in 2007.
The Air Force identified a security gap or a lack of security in the special operations community for the Air Force.
DAGREs often work in tandem with the Green Berets or Navy SEALs when missions require security near airfields. Unlike most Air Force airmen, DAGRE members don't wear their last name on their uniform. They are only identifiable by a 3-digit number that they wear on their chest plate and helmet. This number is given to them at graduation and goes in order from the first DAGRE member to the most recent graduate.
Since 2007, we have about 370 numbers right now. I was given 363, graduated the class prior to this one.
It's super cool, it's kind of like James Bond, right?
Yes, sir.
So today's exercise was simulating a 10-man DAGRE team requested by Green Berets or Marine Corps Special Reconnaissance.
Today's training will require the DAGRE team to enter a simulated village. The team will split up to survey this area for any potential threats. But during this survey, they will be met by enemy fire from an individual. The teams will need to find the assailant and apprehend him. Then, they'll need to escort him to a secure location. They'll be evaluated on how well they communicate and their ability to complete the mission.
Team Team, you ready?
For the exercise, they split into 2 teams.
Moving! Move forward!
Team 1 was on the move into the village here behind me.
Last man. Last man. Push, 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 push. Go, go, go. Push, push, push. Going right. I'm going right. I got it.
As Team 1 pushed further into the mock village, they became the target of shots fired by the enemy they were looking to apprehend.
Got window, got window. All right.
Team 1 was the team that took contact. They called out distance, direction, and description of the individual that was engaging them.
Unknown age, military male, back in the building.
As Team 1 began receiving enemy contact, Team 2 began searching the buildings for the assailant.
Team 2 did not receive contact, and they were in the blind spot of the individual engaging Team 1. Obviously, we can't bypass potential threat areas, so we cleared out the first building, which was deemed 2-1.
Right, man. 1.
Team 1, Team 2, building 2-1 is clear.
Cleared out that building completely, held rear security, and then once local support by fire was established by our support by fire team, or Team 1, Team 2 exited the outside of the building, same entrance we came in. So as soon as the building number was called out where they were receiving contact from, Team 2 stood up and they just went direct to threat.
Hands, hands, over your head! Put the gun down, down! Put the gun down, gun down! Everybody's back!
We came in and pushed into the building where the target was coming from, where we challenged the individual, apprehended the individual, and then moved the individual from the property.
Left foot secured. Team 1, puck secured here. Moving to you.
We designated 2 guys to be the main point of contact for the puck. As my role, I was just in the stack, performing the CQB, close quarter battle, and things like that. Typically we operate in like 5-man teams, so we kind of try to simulate that here. We like to train with those 5-man teams and kind of get to know how people do certain things, and that way we can kind of just flow a lot better into certain scenarios.
After being apprehended, the assailant is relocated to the building controlled by Team 1.
It's a perishable skill. It's one of those things, like, it's not saying it's hard, not saying it's easy, but it's definitely one of those things that you train on, like shooting, for example, too, like getting behind the weapons, things like that, and getting proficient, perfecting your craft. It's one of those things that, we like to do, and so it's just good to train on things like that.
Last man, last man. That's it. Yeah, push, push, push. Push it right, clear.
We've had guys working security operations for SEAL teams in Africa. We've had guys working convoys with Green Beret teams in the Middle East. We have a large breadth of experience across SOCOM, or Special Operations Command, in its entirety. And being such a small facet of it, or a small support element to these big organizations, we're often overlooked, obviously, but we try to make the most impact where we can, when we can, working with these individuals.
But only a few have what it takes to join the unit.
Becoming a DAGRE member is not an easy task. It's pretty daunting from the outside looking in. Our attrition rate through our schoolhouse right now is roughly 50%. It is 11 weeks of every mission task that we conduct in operational capacity. It includes driving, TCCC, it involves low-vis operations or covert operations, right, with our tactical security detail, all the way up to flyaway security, and then you'll be pushed out to your gaining section, whether it's Cannon or it's Hurlburt, or our guard team out of Harrisburg, PA, the 193rd, or our reserve team out of the 919th, out of Duke Field, Florida. And you'll be gained by your section. You'll go through your on-the-job training, which is roughly 6 months-ish, before your in-house DAGRE chief or DAGRE program manager at that respective section blesses you off for deployment eligibility.
So it's not easy to get
No.
to this point?
No, it's not. It's definitely not an easy facet to get into.
Our program is a small program. I mean, there's probably about maybe 100, less than 100 actively performing the DAGRE mission right now.
Show us moving to 2-2.
I think in the ever-changing kinetic environment that is today's world, DAGRE is going to be more relevant than ever. You can't do anything without security. Building our name more into the Special Operations world as the premier security asset for Special Operations Command in a whole is a daunting task, and a tough task at that.
Good.
These cooks are grilling 4,200 beef tenderloin steaks at the U.S. Air Force Academy's 225,000 square foot dining hall near Colorado Springs, Colorado. And that's just for dinner. Over the course of 3 meals, the staff at Mitchell Hall will make 590 pounds of hash browns, 375 pounds of eggs, and 90 pounds of bacon for breakfast. Lunch will require an additional 127 pounds of bacon, 1,700 pounds of waffle fries, and 5,400 burger patties. On any given day, the cooks here are preparing 10,000 meals.
This is the biggest dining facility I've ever worked in. You're looking at 430 tables, family style. And you got a starch, a meat, and the vegetable. You're looking at about 1,300 pans of food that are going on the table on a daily basis for lunch here.
But feeding 4,000 Air Force cadets isn't the same as feeding your average college student.
Their energy needs are quite high compared to the average person, where most people are trying to eat like 2,000 calories. These kids, I want them eating like much, much more than that and consistently throughout the day.
And on top of the bigger calorie count, lunch comes with a set of Air Force traditions 3 days a week. We got to see how one of the military's largest dining facilities cooks massive quantities of food across 3 different meals. Mitchell Hall has an annual budget of $20 million. In 2022, the dining facility purchased 546,000 pounds of meat, 1.2 million pounds of produce, and 21,000 gallons of milk, which were served across 3.5 million meals. Today's dinner is not just any meal. It's the Cadet Wings Recognition Dinner.
Recognition is a 3-day event where the freshman class is put through many stressful events to test their mental and physical stamina. Once you make it to recognition dinner, it's a sense of accomplishment. The freshman class is recognized as a fully qualified members of the Cadet Wing.
To celebrate, the staff is preparing 4,000 steaks, 1,600 pounds of tortellini, and 788 pounds of orange glazed carrots. The first steak hits the grill at 1 o'clock to ensure the meal is ready on time, 5 hours before dinner is served. The steaks move in an assembly line fashion. They're removed from their packaging, then placed on the grill, where they're seasoned and then cooked. They're then moved into a pan, wrapped, and wheeled away to be stored in hot carts to keep them warm until dinner. At the other end of the kitchen, the pre-made pasta is poured into pans, topped with pesto Parmesan Alfredo sauce, and moved into a rotating oven to cook. Preparing this much food requires an incredible amount of organization, but not just today. A meal like this is planned out more than a month in advance.
We really want to work 6 to 8 weeks ahead and commit, we call it committing our menu for that far in advance. Sometimes we'll find that in 8 weeks there's a holiday meal, so we need to make special preparations and changes to the menu for any special events that might be coming up.
And the recognition dinner is one of the most special meals of the year. In the front of the house, the dining area is prepped for the cadets. Back in the kitchen, onions, carrots, and mushrooms are cooked with a medley of seasonings for the vegetarian beef stew, while the rest of the staff strains 788 pounds of vegetables and moves them into hot carts for dinner service. As cadets begin filing into the dining hall, freshmen, known as fourth-year cadets, typically have to pass out plates and silverware for the table. After that, the fourth years read and study the Air Force Academy Handbook, known as contrails, as they wait to be seated, while upperclassmen quiz them. Tonight, the fourth years become fully recognized members of the cadet wing and will no longer have to perform these duties.
So during the year of freshman year, we're required to come in here, and after everything's set up, we have to hold our contrails at the position of attention and study them. So they make us do this, to form discipline because we're standing at attention, holding our arms up. So on Saturday night, it's a fun tradition to come in and have your upperclassmen do that with random objects. And then you can ask them questions like they would with us, with our knowledge. We're like yelling at them in a fun manner, and it's just a really cool experience, tradition that we do.
Before dinner ends, the wait staff brings out Mitch's Mountains, a dessert made earlier in the week by upperclassmen, just for today's occasion.
The Mitch's workers came in and they brought us these boxes, and we're like, oh, what's that? Then they open them and it's just this pile of dessert. And so it's pound cake on the bottom, topped with a bunch of scoops of ice creams and whipped cream and cherries and American flags on top to celebrate our country. And so that was one of the cool experiences for us as freshmen.
After the meal, the staff in charge of the recognition dinner head home. In just 8 hours, a fresh team of cooks will arrive to prepare the next meal.
Good morning. Our head count for today has gone back down. We had to increase because of the weekend for recognition. So breakfast, we have scrambled eggs, bacon, and the roundabout hash browns. Let's have a good shift.
This morning, the cooks only have 2.5 hours to prepare breakfast for 1,500 students. It's a smaller meal because, unlike most lunches during the week, cadets aren't required to attend. But it's still a challenge to finish on time.
The biggest challenge that we have right now is making sure that we have enough staff on hand to make sure that the job gets done on a daily basis. We are open 7 days a week, and we do serve 3 meals per day, so the work never stops.
Like many other kitchens, Mitchell Hall is still recovering from a staffing shortage caused by the pandemic. The 8 cooks on staff for this meal boil 375 pounds of pre-cooked scrambled eggs, heat up 90 pounds of bacon, and cook 560 pounds of hash browns in an industrial-sized fryer known as the Monster.
As our staffing dwindled, we've had to go to a lot of pre-done convenience items. For instance, boil and bag mashed potatoes, boil and bag mac and cheese. It's a very time-saving opportunity for us with the short staff that we have.
It's a proven method for serving large quantities of nutritious food with only a handful of cooks. The staff will spend the majority of their time transferring breakfast items into pans, where they will be set on the serving line for cadets to grab and go, or dine in. But just as breakfast is being served, lunch prep is already underway.
So lunch today, the cadets are getting what we call the California burger. They're getting waffle fries today. Again, they get run through our Monster deep fryer as well. And we got the lettuce, tomato, onion kits that come in fresh, and those get placed on the table as well.
On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, there's no room for error in preparing the lunch meal. All 4,000 cadets are required to dine in at Mitchell Hall, and they're only given 20 minutes to eat.
There's only about a 30-minute window that they have between classes. Then right after that, they're going to another class of military training. So there's only a small window built in for them to eat in Mitchell Hall.
That limits their options. We can't provide endless options in a meal like that, so they do get their one main option. We usually have a lean protein option for them, and then we have a vegetarian option, and that's it. Where at like a traditional college, you're gonna go in and you're gonna have different types of cuisines available. We don't have that necessarily here. I think it's just the scale that we serve on is the biggest difference in how we provide food to our cadets.
Prepping the burger patties for 4,000 cadets takes about 4 hours. Cooks start by laying out the pre-cooked patties on a tray before moving them into the oven to heat up. In another part of the kitchen, cooks work together to feed 1,700 pounds of waffle fries into the deep fryer conveyor belt. As the fries exit, they are immediately put into pans that are later loaded into hot carts. Meanwhile, vegetables are boiled and seasoned in 2 100-gallon kettles.
So what we have here is our 100-gallon steam jacketed kettles. We cook a very diverse amount of product through here. Right now we're doing Italian vegetables. That's one of the vegetables for lunch service today. Typically on veg, we'll do about 200 pounds worth of vegetables for a lunch service.
On the lower level of the kitchen, staff works to wash, chop, and pack fruits and vegetables for meals planned later in the week. Prepping food days in advance allows staff to seamlessly serve thousands of required meals.
There's a buffalo chicken wrap, buffalo chicken tenders with vegetarians, waffle fries.
But even more crucial to their efficiency is planning the menu weeks in advance and storing the meals in the dining facility's 20,000 square foot warehouse.
When we are ordering foods, that order goes in all at the same time for the whole week. They get put into a category, and depending on that category is the day that they arrive.
Once everything comes up the elevator, we'll separate it and take it to wherever it needs to be. We have 4 storage departments: the warehouse, the freezer, meat, and dairy.
While the warehouse staff takes inventory and stocks next week's food, the kitchen staff is wrapping up lunch, moving the last few batches of food onto warming trays. Outside, cadets get into formation for the dine-in lunch, which is mandatory 3 days a week. The Air Force Academy band begins playing as the cadet wing marches toward Mitchell Hall.
2,500 men in the making march en masse to mess for meals like Mother never made.
Since the Air Force Academy was established in 1954, cadets have been required to march into lunch. Once inside, 4th years set the table and serve the food.
We set out all the plates, we set out forks, knives, and spoons if they're needed. I was at the position called the cold pilot. I pour the waters and set that all for the table. And then the person next to him is called the hot pilot, which he would get all the food ready, everything, the meat, the vegetables, and the carbs. He would set that for each freshman and every upperclassman.
Today is the freshman class's first lunch since recognition, where those responsibilities no longer fall on them. They dine like the rest of the cadet wing.
It is impossible to meet 4,000 cadets' nutritional needs and food likes and dislikes. And so really it's working on them on an individual basis, just emphasizing the importance of regular eating and how that affects both not only their academic performance, but their physical performance as well.
The Air Force Academy follows the nutrition standards outlined by the U.S. military, which requires its most active members to eat up to 4,700 calories a day for men and 3,000 a day for women. Mitchell Hall provides as much as 5,000 calories in a day, not including food from Falcon Express, the grab-and-go station inside the dining hall.
I order every single item that goes into there, so I try to balance it out too with things that are good and healthy for them, that provide a lot of energy and nutrition, with some fun things as well, like Cracker Jacks and potato chips and stuff like that.
At 12:15, lunch comes to an end. Cadets clear their tables and head to their next class. The waitstaff begins cleaning the tables and resetting the dining area. Back in the kitchen, the cooking staff starts prepping for dinner, which will be served in 5 hours.
It's about 43 pounds, the round itself, so it's pretty big. Normally, whenever we fire this, it recoils about 43 inches back, so you'll feel the kick definitely. We feel it from the seats, pilots up front feel it, everyone feels it.
This is the 105mm cannon on the AC-130J gunship, nicknamed Ghostrider. The cannon is located here, on the left side of the plane, along with a 30mm gun. Both weapons take out targets with extreme precision. Over the last 20 years in the Middle East, the U.S. military used the AC-130 to provide heavy fire against insurgents, to protect U.S. forces on the ground. But now, the military says its current adversaries, in places like the Asia-Pacific region and Europe, require it to be more targeted. And the newest model of the AC-130 is meant to help it achieve this mission.
Continue to let this target develop for a second. Let's get eyes on them, and if they start moving this direction, please let me know which BP is going to be the closest.
Insider visited Cannon Air Force Base in Clovis, New Mexico, to find out how the Ghostrider is built for precision and how training on this gunship is evolving to prepare crews for the threats of tomorrow.
We're able to get places faster and stay there longer. Its engines are roughly 25% more efficient, which means we've got roughly 25% more loader time. We have the ability to stay on station for that much longer. Also, with the more fuel-efficient engines, and it is roughly 20% faster.
That's compared to the AC-130W. The J model became fully operational in 2017 to aid in close air support for ground troops, gather intel from above, and perform controlled bombings with precision.
All right, so yeah, this is gonna be the 30mm. It's our GAL 23. That's an incredible weapon, very precise.
The J model was built with a precision strike package, which has 2 weapons, starting with the 30mm gun.
So it's going to be made up of a barrel, upper receiver, and the feeder assembly. And then within it, it's gonna have your flexible chutes that feeds the ammo into it.
Air Force leadership has said that because of its accuracy, the 30mm gun is almost like a sniper rifle.
This is going to be the 105mm Hauser. Normally you have 2 gunners that are going to be here working it. One's going to be loading it, the other one's going to be pulling the brass out. And then there's going to be where we store the ammunition for it. So the firing is also going to be like the same for the 30mm. The personnel at the mission operator pilot are going to select the gun, and from there where the sensor is pointing, the gun will slave to that position, and then you just fire it with a trigger based off the hands-on throttle and stick. So this is going to be the MOP, or referred to the mission operator pilot. So in these 2 seats here, you're going to have your combat system officer on the left seat, and then the weapons system officer here on the right seat. And these are correlated with the sensors on the outside of the aircraft. So for this one, it's going to be the sensor off the nose of the aircraft. And then for this seat, it's going to be the sensor on the left-hand side over there. So for this is where we control all of the munitions, a lot of the radios, we're talking to the guys on the ground, and then both the guns.
What's unique about us is we've got 2 of, I think, the best sensors in the Department of Defense personally, and the MX-20 and the MX-25.
These 2 sensors are a key element in how the AC-130J crew collects accurate intelligence and confirms the location of targets before employing its weapons. Due to the sensor's classified design, our cameras were not permitted to film them when the lenses were exposed.
All right, so right here on the pilot station, and is also located at the co-pilot station, you're gonna have your heads-up display, just extra SA for the pilots. It's gonna give them a lot of their navigational tools so they can see, and then maintain SA while having eyes out on the aircraft while flying as well. That way they don't have to look down. It kind of just helps keep the crew safe. In addition to the heads-up display, you have the side heads-up display for the pilot.
Because both weapons are on the left side of the plane, pilots fly in circles when observing and firing on targets.
It's going to help with the employing the munitions, and it gives them better SA on the battlefield.
Another update to the J model are its more efficient engines, which allow the plane to fly 25% farther and 25% longer than the earlier AC-130 models. Luckily, there are several amenities on board to provide comfort on these longer flights.
Pretty cool feature is we have a microwave in addition to a coffee maker as well. So kind of a nice way on the longer flights to heat up your food. That way you're just not eating cold stuff all the time. So yeah, actually for myself, I was on the longest flight in ACJ history, 16 hours, headed out to Japan. And it was nice just to heat up some warm burritos as opposed to having like a cold sandwich, something like that. So we do have a toilet on the aircraft for the longer flights. It's super nice to have. So it just comes down like that, and then there's a little curtain for privacy, and then you just flip it up, and yeah, it's just like a normal toilet. So it's definitely needed on those longer flights.
Now, with us being out of the global war on terror, I mean, it's not a priority anymore. We're moving towards more current events happening in the Pacific, maybe some things in Europe, if you've seen the news.
Nicknamed the Angel of Death, The AC-130 has been used in past wars to provide heavy gunfire to protect troops on the ground or to clear out an area of enemy forces. But that mentality is changing.
In previous conflicts, they were really simple. People would run up on the side of mountains with Soviet-era machine guns, and you knew for a fact that that guy met the rules of engagement. That was a legal strike to do.
According to the 2022 National Defense Strategy released by the Department of Defense, a key priority moving forward is integrated deterrence, which, according to Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, means having weapon systems and technologies that make adversaries think twice about engaging in conflict. That's why the J model's precision weaponry and sensors make it a crucial military asset, and why Ghostrider pilots are now trained on knowing when to engage in conflict.
There's a lot of training that's required for us to shift away from the global war on terror. We still fundamentally want to protect the friendly force, but we have to be discerning, and that's the really tough part. And so you want to train to, hey, you got your spider sense, your spidey senses are tingling. Let's play this out. Let's develop this scenario while not putting the friendly force at risk. Right now, we want to stop short of actual conflict.
All right, guys, we're going to take off. We're going to go up to the Clovis area.
For gunship crews to prepare for potential conflicts abroad and become skilled in precise deterrences, they perform weekly training missions at Cannon Air Force Base, which all begin with a pre-flight briefing.
I'd rather bust a timeline but be safe than rush to failure.
Leading the mission today is Major Riley Feeney, an evaluator pilot.
For weather out of here today, it seems to be just fine for takeoff. However, we may be getting gusting winds at like 270 up to 30, possibly 35 knots per the MEF.
Today's flight will begin with basic pilot training, but will then move to a simulated kill or capture mission, a training scenario that will take lessons learned from previous wars and force the crew to be more precise and cautious.
All right, team. Today we'll be working with Task Force 1.6 Team USA. We're after Objective Red Dragon. It's a kill capture mission. It's been a guy, he's a arms smuggler, been working out of the town of Clovistan.
As the weapons officer, Captain Rushi Gohel has been tasked with creating a mission that will train the crew on scenarios they encounter.
It's all made up, but it's based around the different threats that we'll see that we're fighting in the current fight. We'll be working in building 1-0, particularly he's hidden up in the shed right in the back. This is where he's looked like. He's known to be traveling with a small posse.
The crew will be attempting to locate a fictional threat who is thought to have a weapons cache. The team must find the threat, relay that information up the chain of command, and then decide whether to neutralize him.
Ready, break.
Ready. Let's go to war, boys.
And copy takeoff clearance. Get us straightened out here. Lineup checklist has been called complete. Hey, firm. Ready to go, Cope?
Ready.
All right. Textbook, well done.
Once in the air, the crew starts the training scenarios.
Feels good to be in the air, doesn't it?
And so we went down to Roswell to get a couple of instrument approaches. There are specific approaches with ground-based nav aids, navigational aids, that allow us to put the aircraft in a safe position to land down in Roswell.
Point airspeed centerline, bird, no factor.
No factor.
It was an excellent training iteration today because it was turbulent winds with gusty winds, just basically an 8 on the 10 scale of difficult, which I thoroughly love, even if it's difficult for the remainder of the people on the crew.
Yep, pulled just a little bit too much. Stable, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, and working it down.
So we have an additional capability in this plane which can take us down to 100 feet. Say you got a absolutely socked in weather and the ceiling is very low, we can utilize this system to land safely and be aligned with the runway. Where you simply couldn't visually see the runway, you get to follow these guidelines and get yourself very low to the ground and land. Incredibly important if you got a ground party who's 300 miles away and they need you to come help them.
Once the pilots finish practicing landing at Roswell, the training shifts to the back of the plane.
Unfortunately, the live fire range was closed due to some extreme weather that had occurred recently. However, what we did is a dry fire scenario.
All players, assault force is internal to objective building.
The crew began searching on the ground for the location of their fictional insurgent.
All right, I'm in the objective area. Just getting a quick eyes on target building. Unable to PID any weapons yet. We'll continue scans.
After several minutes, GoHel spotted a potential target.
I have contact currently about 8 packs. They are unloading weapons from 2 trailers located 300 meters northwest of their position. They look like they're game planning and getting ready to move. I don't know what direction.
All right, hey, and from Jackal, from Devil, continue to let this target develop for a second. Let's get eyes on them, and if they start moving this direction, please let me know which BP is going to be the closest. We will hold off on breaching until we have an idea of what these packs are going to do.
One of the items the crew was practicing today was following the rules of engagement before firing on a target.
So the rules of engagement are, and they were really, really well defined by the kind of the tail end of what was the global war on terror. The explicit verbiage in them is relatively classified. But the idea is you have to meet certain criteria in order to be engaged.
Able to PID 2 packs. One seems to be carrying some sort of long cylindrical object.
Before GoHel fires the weapons, the aircraft commander must give consent.
So we'd have consent, let's go.
You're clear to engage with 30 and 105, Mike.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Splash.
Devil, we are taking cover. You guys are continuing to prosecute until all packs are down.
I got 6 not moving, just duo running south, closing on friendlies. All right, good impacts, good impacts.
Players, all players, touchdown, jackpot, objective.
The mission was a success and a vital scenario for possible upcoming threats.
We wanted to give it a little bit more of a flavor of, say, kind of the next theater that we're looking into, which is the Indo-Pacific theater. And what we wanted to do today was kind of throw out, hey, look at this thing, should you shoot it? And really challenge people with, well, does it meet the rules of engagement?
Awesome. Hey, appreciate you guys playing today. I realized today was a lot more bumpy than you wanted it to be. Good news, we got the mission done. We were able to get some pro on the back end. And honestly, I thought that was a really good training rep for us today.
I thought the crew did very well. They were very quick, and all of their engagements did so legally.
The one thing I did want to bring up, though, was we were very expeditious, and we were about 20 meters from danger close on the engagement for that Romeo 9 Echo. We didn't do anything wrong. It was contact. Everything was within limits. We were out at like 230 meters away. But it's one of those ones too, like just as a technique, and this is my instructional fix for the crew, is anytime that you're within 25 meters of a danger close engagement, you probably should be talking to the JTAC.
So I thought they did a good job, and I thought Captain Boone did an exceptional job of leading the crew, which for me, the big ticket here is watching pilots, watching aircraft commanders develop into leaders.
The potential of the AC-130J continues to grow. To keep up with the military capabilities of its potential adversaries, Air Force Special Operations Command has started testing a new high-energy laser weapon that could one day replace the 105mm cannon. Air Force leadership says that with this, targets could be permanently disabled without the slightest bang, whoosh, thump, explosion, or even aircraft engine hum.
It's very fun to take this tool, which has just absolutely been a hammer in the global war on terror, and then pivoting it to just where creativity is king and enabling that.
See if I can find, I see Lowe's, I see Walmart.
Yep.
They put in a new skate park over there by the Green Acres.
Skate or die.
Stand up, Brennan, let's go! Come on, get up, let's go!
This competitor struggling to climb a ladder
Let's go, buddy, let's go!
told us he'd lost all strength in his arms.
Brennan, move towards the pole and use it to pull yourself up.
It's only the third event of the day,
There you go.
and he's got 14 more events to go.
Come on, Brennan, pull!
This is the U.S. Army's Best Ranger competition, where dozens of Ranger-qualified soldiers compete in a grueling competition that tests them physically and mentally. All Ranger-qualified soldiers must complete the Army's challenging 62-day Ranger course, which earns them the coveted Ranger tab. The 3-day competition begins with 56 two-man teams. By day 3, the field will be cut to 16. And in the end, only one team will earn the title of Best Ranger.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 39th Annual Best Ranger Competition. Team 2, representing the 1st Infantry Division.
The 56 teams represent 27 different Army units.
Team 11, representing 10th Mountain Division.
Like Team 11 from the 10th Mountain Division in Fort Drum, New York. 25-year-old First Lieutenant Jack Hoover and 32-year-old Staff Sergeant Santiago Gonzo Gonzalez.
Why are you partaking in this competition?
Kind of a personal vendetta, actually. I came here last year, didn't do too well. I got, 50 or 48? Yeah, I got out day one, so this was my redemption year, I guess.
Gonzalez and Hoover began training individually 6 months prior to the competition. They officially became a team 1 month before BRC.
I think we have two kind of different ways we go about things. You know, he's real quick and aggressive, and I'm more of prolonged, and you know, I really focus on like the endurance. Like, you know, it's a marathon, and he's kind of always thinking that it's a sprint, which is good because we balance each other out.
Do you guys think you can win this competition?
I don't think we would be here if we didn't think we could win this competition, or if we didn't want to win this competition.
Winning the Best Ranger competition means a lot for the competitors. For one, they earn about $18,000 worth of donated prizes for each team member. But in addition to prizes, competition winners traditionally continue to move up in the Army ranks. And upon retirement, past winners have gotten opportunities in academia and in Hollywood. Like 1997 winner Chris Robichaud, who worked as a consultant on the TV series Homeland.
You guys need to understand that this is a very big deal.
Then there are the bragging rights for the unit the winning team represents.
If you have a Best Ranger winner, it's like winning the World Series. You know, like, hey, I want to play on that team. Any organization that you want to be a part of, you want winners on your team, and you want people that are going to fight on your team. And to have the winners is setting the example of, hey, this is what we can provide.
It's time for the first event, the 7-mile mass start buddy run, which competitors must endure while wearing weighted vests. Halfway through the race, team members have to share the weight of a 60-pound sandbag and carry it across the finish line. Although it's the first of many events, finishing high in the mass start run is advantageous. Coming in first place is Team 36, 27-year-old Captain Luke Ebling and 25-year-old Specialist Justin Rain.
Why did you sign up for BRC?
I just wanted to test myself against everyone else who said they were the best and see where I stood.
I got the opportunity from my chain of command. I've always wanted to do it. Seemed like a good challenge in every way, physical, mental. Just pleased to have the opportunity.
Team 36 isn't just Ranger qualified, they're actively serving Army Rangers. Part of the 75th Ranger Regiment, the Army's premier special operations force.
The Rangers, rough, tough fighting men of America's expanding AEF.
On D-Day, Ranger battalions landed on the beaches of Normandy, and the unit led the way during the global war on terror. But much of their success on the battlefield isn't well known to the public, and that's by design.
The missions that they're asked to go on are potentially cost them their lives. You know, some of the most dangerous air assaults, raids, attacks on objectives.
I mean, the people that we work with are the best in the world at everything they do. So, you know, if you can keep up with them on just about anything, you can be the best out here, be good out here.
Up next, the run, swim, run.
Go.
Competitors run an unknown distance before arriving at a pond that they have to swim across and back. Gonzo and Jack Hoover finished strong in the first event, coming in third place, but their standing could be in jeopardy.
I can swim, but I'm not the best swimmer.
Sure enough, Gonzo struggled, but Jack Hoover helped him across the finish line.
Jack Hoover, he was leading the charge on the swim part, and then we got out of the water and got back to running.
After finishing the run portion, Team 11 dropped 4 spots to 7th place.
Come on, Brennan, pull!
Thanks to a steady rainfall, competitors can expect things to get even harder for the next event. The Malvesti Obstacle Course. Already exhausted from the first two events, the competitors now have to navigate a challenging series of obstacles: a rope climb, a vertical ladder, a horizontal ladder, then a crawl through muddy water in a so-called worm pit while avoiding barbed wire overhead.
I probably drank a canteen's worth of water in the worm pit, so that's it. That's good. It's all about the work you put into it, like hitting obstacle courses, becoming comfortable climbing ropes, being comfortable in those situations. That's something that we trained up on, so it went well for us.
Let's go, Brennan, get over it! Come on, get up, let's go!
But it wasn't going as well for one team in particular.
Roll over!
Team 29.
One more!
My arms were completely spent. I had no grip strength.
You got it!
And I just had everyone, yelling at me like, do what you said you've already done 100 times before. We've ran that course so many times.
Brennan, move towards the pole and use it to pull yourself up.
25-year-old First Lieutenant Brendan Printup represents the Army's 3rd U.S. Infantry Regiment, known as the Old Guard, along with his partner, 29-year-old Staff Sergeant Joshua Abrahante, who's also back in the competition after a strong showing a year earlier.
We came in 12th last year. We finished day 3. I wanted to keep on going. I got a little taste of it, and I got hungrier. We did all the training up and everything together, and I said, let's do it, man. Let's gun it. Let's do it together. I know you got the heart. I got the heart. Let's do it together. Let's send it.
Team 29 began the obstacle course in 12th place, but after the difficulties on the vertical ladder, dropped down to 20th place.
I just caught myself at a weak moment there, but that just means we got to pick it up in the latter half.
The next event, a modified version of the Army Combat Fitness Test with a series of physical challenges. A helicopter ride to the next event gives the competitors a chance to rest. And Team 29 needs it after their performance in the fitness test caused them to drop 7 more spots to 27th place. But they don't have much time to dwell on it before they arrive at the next event, the Urban Assault Course. Competitors fast rope from the helicopter onto the roof of one of the buildings on the course, nicknamed Selby City. They're timed while negotiating a series of obstacles in a stressful environment created with smoke and simulated combat sounds. Competitors get 2 attempts to complete each obstacle. They're scored on how much time each obstacle takes to complete, and teams get penalized if they fail to complete an obstacle. Thanks to a strong performance on the Urban Assault course, Team 29 bounced back, moving them up 6 spots to 21st place. Team 11 fell only 1 spot to 12th place. But for the first time on day 1, Team 36 dropped out of the top spot to 3rd place.
You'll ebb and flow physically. Guys will get tired, and then it's your responsibility to help your teammate out and vice versa.
We had some ups and downs, so it's try to have a quick recovery and just think about the next event.
Competitors moved to gun ranges for the next 3 events. A series of tests scored on time and accuracy. In the months leading up to the competition, some competitors get special duty status, meaning they are pulled from their normal duties to prioritize training for BRC.
Next range, guys. Crush the run, slow it down, crush the target.
They even get coaches.
So all of the teams that are really competitive have coaches that have competed before, and you pass those lessons down to the next generation so that they can go out and crush it too.
Save a beer for me.
No.
Do you guys think that 29 could win this thing?
Well, it's any man's game. They're in 21st place right now. They were in 10th place after the first event, 12th place after the second. They had 2 bad events. Just because they had 2 bad events doesn't mean anything. These ranges are usually weighted the heaviest. If they shoot well, they can always push themselves up. Every event is a new event. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, Team 29 couldn't capitalize on the heavily weighted range events, causing them to fall 6 spots to 27th place. By the start of day 2, only 32 teams will be left in the competition, so there's little room for error in the next event, known as Night Stakes.
They're going to go out there and they're going to crush it tonight. When everybody else is thinking about quitting, they're just going to keep running. They know what they can do. They've done it before. They know when they're down, they know how to recover and get right back in it. All right, do what you need to do real quick. And then...
Our coaches are great, and they're great tools to have, but in the end, all we have is each other.
competitors move to the ruck hold area, where they get a chance to rest, curl up with their whoobies, and catch some Z's. Team 36 is firmly back in first place heading into the night stakes, which begin after a ruck march of an unknown distance. Team 11 is in 12th. The ruck march is especially significant for Gonzo. It's the event that sent him packing after failing to make the cut in last year's competition.
When we're doing things that get tough, I might start yelling out the number that he finished last year. So I used to call him 48 every now and then, just to, get him going. But, he's a motivated person. There's no better partner that I'd rather have, and especially going into this night ruck.
I know Jack Hoover's got my back, and this ruck march, I have a personal vendetta with it, and we're gonna make it.
The rest is over. The ruck march leads into night stakes, which include a series of challenges like navigation, breaching, and combat casualty care. By the next morning, the competition will be over for 24 teams. For years, the best Ranger competition has been held inside the Fort Benning Army installation in Georgia.
Welcome again to Fort Moore, Georgia.
3 weeks after this year's competition, Fort Benning's name would be permanently changed to Fort Moore, a result of a congressional act to rename military bases honoring Confederate leaders. But on day 2, the competition moves off-post to A.J. McClung Stadium in nearby Columbus, Georgia, where the competitors will face a series of physical, mental, and technical tests.
Captain Ebeling and Specialist Rain.
After the night stakes, Team 36 remains in first place. Team 11 moved up to 10th. And as predicted by their coaches, Team 29 moved up 8 spots to 19th. The night stakes have undoubtedly taken a toll. And it's not going to get much easier as they endure a gauntlet of physical challenges underneath the unforgiving Georgia sun. The course includes a high-resistance exercise bike, a rower, a sled push, moving sandbags, and crawling through a tunnel with a simulated casualty. Along with the physical challenges, competitors also have to perform technical and tactical operations such as aiming a mortar system and javelin trainer, as well as using an exothermic torch to burn through rebar. Team 29 can't afford many mistakes. They began the day stakes in 19th place, but only 16 teams will make it to day 3. Moving the competition off-post is a first. It's a chance for event sponsors like Glock, DuPont, and Northrop Grumman to get exposure. Sponsors also donate thousands of dollars in prizes to the finishers. The winners get this $2,300 Sig Sauer rifle, this $725 Stoeger shotgun, and this $1,000 Securit Agile gun safe, among other prizes that amount to about $18,000 per winner. Not surprisingly, Team 36 handled the day stakes with ease, remaining in first place, and Captain Ebeling got some extra motivation from a visit from his family. The competitors leave the stadium and head to a zip-line tower in downtown Columbus and ride the line across the Chattahoochee River. When they land on the other side, they're in Alabama.
All right, before you guys get into the water, make sure your PFDs need to be fully buckled.
But they'll row back to Georgia during a stage called Tactical Water Movement. Falling out of the raft is a rare slip-up for Team 36, who's under even more pressure to hold on to the top spot going into Day 3. Team 11 would end Day 2 in 12th place, comfortably above the cut line. When Team 29 returned, something about their collective demeanor appeared to have changed.
Mr. Good, how do you feel? I didn't win. Not good, not good. Talk to each other. If at some point you get frustrated, take 3 breaths, figure out the plan you want to do, plan, okay?
After completing Tactical Water Movement, the competitors board a helicopter that will take them back to Fort Benning. But this was the last time we would see Team 29. Day 3 would begin with only 16 teams, and at the end of Day 2, Team 29 had fallen to 22nd place. At the beginning of Day 3, Team 36 has plenty to smile about. They're still in first place, but they can't afford many mistakes. The first event, ascending a 70-foot tower using knots known as prusiks.
Let's go, fight, fight.
And after reaching the top, fast roping down to the bottom before heading to an obstacle course. With little trouble on the final obstacle course, Team 36 heads back to the firing range. 56 teams began on Day 1. On Day 3, only 16 teams remain, including Team 11. Gonzo and Jack Hoover began the day in 14th place, just above the cut line.
Begin.
Although a surprise victory is all but out of reach, their coaches think they have a chance to move up in the standings.
We're hoping maybe for a top 10, breaking the top 10, depending on how they do today.
How would you say they're doing Day 3?
Physically, they seem fine.
How about mentally?
Mentally, they're doing really well. They're in great spirits. They've got their head in the game, and they're looking at the 25-meter target, which is the Prusik right now.
By the time it was Team 11's turn to tackle the obstacle course, a steady rain returned, making things extra challenging.
Remember, it's slippery.
All right, you all right? Yep.
After stumbling on the obstacle course, Team 11 remained in 14th place before heading to the final gun range. After a strong performance, Team 36 held on to the top spot. For Team 11,
It's getting you deep in thought, dude. Just keep looking like
You ruined it. You ruined it.
this heavily weighted event could play a big part in where they end up in the standings. They performed well enough to avoid dropping in the standings, but remained firmly in 14th place. Spectators gather at Victory Pond to watch the remaining 16 teams perform a helocast into the water, dropping their ruck rafts before jumping in and swimming to shore. Back on dry land, the competitors endure the combat water survival assessment, which begins with climbing a ladder to reach a log that they have to walk across, then crawling across a rope, touching the Ranger tab sign, and dropping back into the water. Although firmly in the lead, Team 36 maintained its urgent pace.
Let's go, buddy!
Dripping wet from the CWSA, the competitors moved to the start of the final event, the 3.5-mile buddy run. The spectators gather along the final stretch. A surprise at the finish. The first team to cross the line wasn't Team 36. It was Team 56. But it wasn't enough to knock Team 36 from the top spot. Their lead was so commanding that finishing second in the final run didn't jeopardize their status, making them the winners of the Best Ranger competition, marking the third year in a row that a team representing the 75th Ranger Regiment has won the competition.
How are your bodies feeling?
Good now.
yeah,
Bad when we were cold.
About
Good
if
now.
you would have asked me 30 seconds before we crossed the finish line, totally different answer. But now that we're done,
Any regrets about anything that happened? Would you do anything differently, or do you feel like you just crushed it?
We made some mistakes for sure, but we pulled it together and got after it on the next one.
So what's next?
Go back to work.
Team 11 finished the competition in 14th place, the same spot in which they began day 3.
How you guys feeling?
Doing pretty good. I think that was just about all we had, so yeah.
How about you, Gonzo?
Really good. Honestly, strange to be in this part, this side. Last year they wouldn't let me into the final supper, so this year they have to now.
You said you were on a revenge tour.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you accomplished your mission?
Yep, I accomplished my task. I made it to day 3 and couldn't have had a better partner to do it with.
You guys are still friends after all this?
We might be. We'll see tomorrow morning. Yeah, we're definitely still friends.
These cooks are preparing over 13,500 meals for the 4,400 midshipmen who attend the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. For today's meal, kitchen staff told us they ordered 7,500 German sausages and about 500 pounds of sauerkraut. In addition to this sliced Leberkäse, a German meatloaf similar to bologna, for the Academy's annual Oktoberfest celebration.
Voila.
Feeding these future sailors isn't like feeding your average college student.
As a midshipman, they are engaged with a lot of activities, academic, military, and sports activities as well. So it is very, very important for us to feed them at least between 35 to 4,200 calories per day.
And the food doesn't just have to be plentiful, it also has to be good.
If food's bad, people's morale will be bad. If food's great, people's morale will be great.
You know, we're trying to boost the morale because back in the fleet, it's nothing like this. It's a real deal, but here we take care of them.
Cooking for thousands of midshipmen is no easy task. A staff of over 50 cooks and nearly 100 waitstaff serves the students 3 times a day.
This is a beast here. This is a machine that never stops. The second you're done with one meal, you gotta jump on the next or you're not gonna make it.
We got access to the Naval Academy's dining hall to see how different meals are prepared and served, starting with the biggest meal of the day, lunch. But not just any lunch. It's Friday, which means they're serving the midshipmen their favorite meal.
Can you explain to me what is your favorite meal here?
Oh man, my favorite meal is definitely buff chicks.
I think buff chicks. I know a lot of people are big fans of buff chicks, and I am as well.
Yeah, definitely buff chicks.
Buff chick stands for buffalo chicken, and because it's so popular, we have it every Friday now. But typically it consists of a chicken patty.
That's chicken right there.
And then they have this really like spicy sauce, and people usually just slap it on and add some potato wedges, call it a day.
We actually moved buff chicks from a Wednesday meal to a Friday meal this semester, kind of boost the morale going into the weekend.
We serve that every week, and we try to pull it away to get angry at us.
When I first started, the chicken would be deep fried to try to make it a healthier item. It has since been cooked in the combi ovens.
Kitchen staff told us they prepared 7,000 to 8,000 pieces of chicken for this meal, which they put on trays with enough fries to feed the entire student body. The trays are then placed in the combi ovens and baked until everything is crispy.
Nowadays we have combination combi ovens, they call them, that will either cook radiant heat, convection heat, steam heat, or combination heat. That's the combi oven where you can adjust it to anywhere from 0 to 100% humidity, cook, half radiant, half steam.
While the chicken patties cook in the combi ovens, 2 cooks prepare the sandwich's signature sauce and cheese.
How many bowls do you have to do in the buffalo sauce?
Right now we're doing like 400 yeah, the chicken too, we always do like 400. The favorite ninja here is chicken.
I have to do 40 trains of blue cheese to feed 400 and 18 tables of midshipmen.
Wow. That's a lot of blue cheese.
Yes.
Once all the food is prepped and ready to go, it's a race against the clock to get it out the doors and onto the tables in the Naval Academy Dining Hall, known as King Hall, a 55,000 square foot dining hall with 392 tables.
Right now we're in King Hall, which is the wardroom. We call them wardrooms in the Navy, not a dining hall or a mess hall or chow hall. So we have a different term because we operate like we're on a Navy ship and it's a wardroom there. So this is the officer's wardroom.
King Hall is located in the center of Bancroft Hall, the massive dormitory on campus where all midshipmen reside.
It's the largest single building dormitory in the world. All 4,500 or so midshipmen live together in Bancroft Hall, split between 8 different wings and 30 different companies.
While King Hall staff finish prepping for lunch, all midshipmen gather in front of Bancroft Hall for formation.
Our brigade commander gives us commands, carry swords, all that stuff. After all the attention, parade, rest, all that fun stuff, they say, center face, and that's when the whole brigade turns towards the middle of T-Court. And from there, they say forward, and then everyone starts marching towards Bancroft.
The academic schedule is such that they're really in class from 7:55 to almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Whereas a typical college university, you might have a class at 6 o'clock in the morning, that you may have your last class 6 to 7 o'clock at night, and they can go and eat whenever they want to. Not here. So we're limited by the time, what the academic schedule says we can do.
They come all together and sit at the same time.
King Hall waitstaff then serves all 4,400 students in under 5 minutes. A task aided by 30 heated carts.
Basically, one tray is one table. 20 trays, equivalent to 20 tables, multiplied by 12. So we have over 30 carts.
It's insane of how they roll out these gray carts, and then from there they have trays of food and they're just handing it out to different tables. And this is all in a span of 5 minutes because everyone's hungry and they're all trying to eat.
I've been in the big command. I've been in the carrier, which we serve 5,000 to 5,500 people. At no time that I serve 5,500 in one sitting. But this one is a little bit different. The massive sitting of 4,400 in 15 minutes is tremendous and never seen like it before. And they only have from the start to finish, they only have 15 to 20 minutes to eat their food.
But the midshipmen eat in about 10 minutes. It's like they inhale the food. We do, because we put 18 pieces on each table, so 150%, so we give them additional round table. Another thing too, we always have a few trays extra, so if they want more food, we just tell them, raise your tray up, the staff will bring you more food out here.
You got not one, but 2 buff chicks, so we call it the double buff chick chicken sandwich.
What's so good about it?
That's the mystery, that's what makes it that much better.
The buff chicken might date back further than I've been here, since I've worked here. And since I've been here, it's always been a favorite. It's never come off the menu. I don't envision it coming off the menu, but I know if we ever took it off the menu, we'd be in trouble. We'd have some complaints.
But feedback is welcome at King Hall. A student liaison tasked with gathering the midshipmen's thoughts on the meals works with the kitchen staff to help refine menus.
Really what we do is we take midshipman feedback and improvements that we can make in King Hall and translate that into how it could actually happen with the civilians and the military staff.
Also, before releasing a new menu cycle, the staff invites midshipmen to come in and taste potential meals to see what they like.
We have what we call menu boards, where we bring in vendors that come in here with the new products to display them. We have 60 midshipmen that come in, sample it, they grade it, they give us a score and say, okay, we like this, put it on the menu cycle.
They do so much for us here to try and provide us with good food and in a quick manner that everyone's gonna like. So they're always trying to work with feedback from midshipmen and staff saying, hey, here's what we didn't like about this meal, here's what we did like. And so immediately we try and go in and solve that problem.
The menu is only one reason this meal is special.
Because today is the Navy's birthday. So happy birthday, Navy, 248 years. Today is a day to think about our legacy.
George Washington formed the Continental Navy in October 1775 to protect American colonies from British attack. 70 years later, in 1845, Secretary of the Navy George Bancroft, the namesake of Bancroft Hall, founded the Naval School in Annapolis, Maryland, which later became the United States Naval Academy. Lunch at the Naval Academy is a mandatory meal, where all 4,400 midshipmen eat together at once.
Well, the big difference you have here is we're still traditional. It's family-style feeding. But most everything else in college university is bars, Chick-fil-A, Subway, that they've contracted out with the local fast food restaurants to come in and do the food for them.
For the birthday celebration, staff and students take part in a traditional cake-cutting ceremony using a sword.
For the Navy birthday, we usually have cake cutting, in which the oldest person of the brigade and the youngest person of the brigade take turns cutting the cake and eating it, which is really fun to see. Like you'll see an old prior who did 2 to 3 years of service before coming here, and then you'll meet it's typically a plebe who's 17 years old and they barely made it into I Day. So the contrast is super fun to see.
This year, the oldest midshipman at the Academy was born in December 1996, and the youngest in April 2006.
I think it's just symbolizing the connection of the Navy. It takes us between our present and our past, and all the people who have, helped to defend this country.
In addition to the large cake, each table is given a smaller cake for the oldest and youngest midshipmen in their squad to cut. The Navy birthday lunch has its own set of traditions. But even for everyday meals, eating in King Hall involves a lot more rituals and customs than a traditional college dining hall. Every table seats a squad, a group of about 12 midshipmen from each grade level at the Academy, all with different nicknames.
Freshmen, first years are called plebes, then youngsters, second years. In your third year, you're just called the second class midshipman. But then your last year, your senior year, you're called the firstie.
In the middle of the dining hall stands a raised area known as the anchor, where leadership gathers before the meal. One unique tradition in King Hall is a favorite among students, a ritual they simply call Beat Army.
Essentially, if a plebe or someone at the table opens a can of peanut butter and there's the seal on it, they'll pass it to a plebe, and they have to essentially heat up the jar as best they can.
The reason why is because they need that warmth to make sure when it comes out it's very liquidy. So they stand up on the chair, they unscrew it just a little bit, but not too much, and then they scream, "Beat Army" at the top of their lungs and smash it against their forehead.
Beat Army! And so it'll all explode everywhere and go on people. And so it's pretty funny.
Some people hit other mids, which is kind of frustrating if you have a nice crisp uniform on, but just to get it as far as possible. And we have grads that come in here and sometimes eat and they'll still do it. And so we try and do it as much as possible. Unfortunately, if mids don't clean it up, it is kind of a headache on the staff to clean it up. So we limit it in the same sense, but it is a fun tradition.
At 12:30, lunch concludes, and the midshipmen quickly gather their things and head to their next class. Back in the kitchens, cooks have already begun prepping the next meal, a unique dinner that will require all hands on deck. Tonight, the Naval Academy will celebrate Oktoberfest.
We've been doing that for about 8 years now because we have a contingent of German midshipmen that come in from Germany.
Tonight's entree, various pork, beef, and vegetarian wursts.
The sausages, for the most part, are prepared in our ovens. They're not boiled, they're just prepared in ovens. They're heated up, they're cooked all the way through and heated up, and we serve them that way.
Like the sausages,
Voila.
a lot of the food in King Hall is prepared in ovens.
Some of the food here are mostly pre-prepared foods already. Not a whole lot of scratch cooking, like I said, due to the manning constraint.
I hate to say it, we always have staffing issues, shortages, but the show must go on. It's tough with any government hire because everything has to go through all the red tape and the bureaucracy and stuff. It's not like the private sector where if you need somebody, you can hire them off the street and have them working the next day.
Well, I have about 45 that's actually working in the kitchen right now.
For side dishes, cooks are preparing about 500 pounds of sauerkraut and a mound of red cabbage. And Leberkäse, a traditional German dish similar to a bologna meatloaf that cooks slice into individual portions before placing it in the ovens.
Usually the day before, the staff will start preparing the food. They'll put in whatever pans they need to do it, put in the oven racks and whatnot. So the next day when they come in, they're basically putting the items in the oven or in the vats and whatnot. So it's difficult if we try to do everything the morning of, we just run out of time.
The menus at the Naval Academy are carefully crafted to fuel the needs of the midshipmen.
So our primary focus is making sure that they're getting enough carbohydrates, protein, and fat, as well as fruits and vegetables for fiber and micronutrients. So it's really a balance of all of those things.
In addition to the daily meals served in King Hall, there are alternative options in King's Court, which offers grab-and-go meals, as well as a large salad bar. Vegetarian options are also offered daily.
They are prepping for the midshipmen that has some dietary restrictions and stuff, so we give them available options.
While some midshipmen have dietary restrictions, others require more calories than their classmates.
There are certain sports that require higher weight, so those midshipmen do require more calories. So in those instances, they're going to have a little bit bigger portion sizes.
The Navy football team, for example, receives double portions for every meal.
We definitely always have to have extra. Football team gets 200%, maybe 10, sometimes 20 pans extra.
Let's go.
Back in King Hall, it's nearly 5:30, and waitstaff is being assigned to their positions to serve the special meal.
From there, when it's empty, you need to replenish it, okay? Okay. You help them too, okay?
Meanwhile, other staff members are adding the final touches in nearby Dahlgren Hall to convert it into a German beer hall.
Why do you guys go all out to do these events and really, promote morale here?
Oh yeah, because basically this is a campus, so we're trying to boost the morale. Every month or so we have a special menu or special events for them. Because back in the fleet, it's nothing like this in the fleet. It's a real deal. Here, we take care of them, and we do a lot of functions and special events for the crew to boost their morale.
Well, let me put it this way, we spoil them. okay? We operate on a 4-week menu cycle and we try to mimic a lot what they're going to get in the fleet. The fleet operates on a 20-day menu cycle. They have no flexibility and change it. We have flexibility. I can buy food, or we can buy food from any vendor that we want to. Because we're trying to encourage them, motivate them, and provide a good morale that they stay here. Because being a midshipman and the academics and the sports is a tough job for them.
Back in Dahlgren Hall, midshipmen begin filing in for the festivities.
A lot of times they'll come in, full lederhosen, or the women will come in a dirndl.
Midshipmen over the age of 21 are allowed to try a selection of imported German beers. But everyone is under the close watch of a task force to make sure they're all following the rules.
What's it like doing all these events?
It's a great opportunity to get to network with a lot of the officers, but also just actually eating authentic food. That's the cherry on top.
Cost we get for midshipmen now is up to $20 a day. Our biggest challenge is not running out of money, it's trying to spend the money, so we keep adding new items on the floor out here so we can spend the money.
After each meal, the staff gathers all of the dirty dishes and brings them to the scullery. Every single plate, cup, and piece of silverware must be washed before the next meal.
It's unique. That challenge that you need to feed the 4,400 Brigade strong. It's what kind of gets me up and interested and pumped up to do my next day.
I guess there's a sense of purpose in cooking for midshipmen and future leaders of the world. It feels as if you're, maybe pushing towards a higher calling.
I worked at the Air Force Academy for 8 years, been here 14 years, so I'd say I've got about 40 years food service experience. I've always loved it. It's always what I dreamed of, and this is a very ideal job.